I know all members want to join me in sending our condolences and sympathies to all those who have been affected in this terrible incident. I know that the House will also want to remember on this day, when we're here to discuss the situation in Afghanistan, that all the service personnel of this country who have lost their lives have been injured during this conflict, and I know there is no constituency that hasn't been touched, none more so than the two tragic serving personnel from Chorley who lost their lives. We all have reason to be here. I wish to remind the House that the provisions which allow for the hybrid participation in the Chamber are no longer in place. All contributions to proceedings will once again be made from within this Chamber. I remind members that if they participate in the debate, they should be present throughout most, if not all, of that debate, and certainly at least for the opening speeches and 2 speeches following their contribution, and be here for the wind-up speeches. If the House divides today, members should enter both lobbies from the members' lobby end of the Chamber. Doorkeepers will be on hand to assist members participating in the division. I will instruct the doors to be locked 10 minutes after the start of the division. I'd also like to say thank you to all the staff of the House that's made today possible for giving up their time, breaking their holidays to ensure that this important debate goes ahead. We now come to motion number 1 relating to the sittings of the House. A Minister to move.
Take to move.
Take to move. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 2 on business of the House. I wish to inform the House that I have selected a manuscript amendment to this motion. The amendment is in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Halton Price and Howden and the Honourable Member for Wellingborough, and is as follows. At line 3, leave out 2:30 and insert 5 p.m. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to move the motion and to inform the House Her Majesty's Government is willing to accept the manuscript amendment in the name of my honourable and right honourable friends.
We're completely in line with Thursday's sittings. I thank the Leader of the House for that. I think that's important. So the original question that the House today, the question is that the amendment has been accepted. I think we can all agree on that. Do you need to speak? We're all happy. That's great. I want to get on with the debate. So there we are. Right, we've accepted that. We now come to motion number 3 in the name of the Prime Minister. I will call the Prime Minister to move the motion. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move, and may I begin by thanking you and all the parliamentary staff for enabling us to meet this morning. Before I turn to today's debate, I'm sure the House will want to join you, Mr. Speaker, and me in sending our condolences to the family and friends of those killed in the appalling shooting in Plymouth last week. Investigations are, of course, continuing, but we will learn every possible lesson from this tragedy. Mr. Speaker, I know that members across the House share my concern about the situation in Afghanistan, the issues it raises for our own security, and the fears of many remaining in that country, especially women and children. The sacrifice in Afghanistan is seared into our national consciousness, with 150,000 people serving there from across the length and breadth of the United Kingdom, including a number of members on all sides of the House whose voices will be particularly important today. And so it's absolutely right that we should come together for this debate. And, Mr. Speaker, yes, I will certainly give way to my right honourable friend.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. As someone who opposed this nation-building intervention, it now brings its responsibilities. In addition to getting our nationals out safely and in offering a generous welcome to the many refugees, will the Prime Minister assure me that all necessary resources are given to those Afghans and others who have helped the British Council in its work, including the promotion of women's rights, because many are in fear of their lives of retribution from the Taliban? The Arab scheme is slow-moving at the moment. Will he commit the necessary resource? Because the window of opportunity is narrow and no one must be left behind.
Got the point. Can I just remind people, if you are going to intervene, you've got to be short. If you intervene more than twice, you'll understand why you've gone down the list if there was one. Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend. I can assure him that I will, and as I will be saying in just a few moments, we will be supporting, doing everything we can to support those who have helped the UK mission in Afghanistan and investing everything that we can to support the wider area around Afghanistan and to do everything we can to avert a humanitarian crisis. Mr. Speaker, it's almost 20 years since the United States suffered the most catastrophic attack on its people since the Second World War, in which 67 British citizens also lost their lives at the hands of murderous terrorist groups incubated in Afghanistan. In response, NATO invoked Article 5 of its treaty for the first and only time in its history. And the United Kingdom, amongst others, joined America in going into Afghanistan on a mission to extirpate al-Qaeda in that country and to do whatever we could to stabilise Afghanistan in spite of all the difficulties and challenges we knew that we would face. And we succeeded in that core mission. And yes, I will give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, but would he agree that we are actually ceding back the country to the very insurgency that we went into defeat in the first place? And the reputation of the West to support democracies across the world has suffered. There are so many lessons to be learned from what happened over the last 20 years. Will he now agree to an independent, formal inquiry into the conduct in Afghanistan?
Mr. Speaker, as I said in the House just a few weeks ago, there was an extensive defence review about the Afghan mission after the combat mission ended in 2014, and I believe that most of the key questions have already been extensively gone into. And it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we in this House should today be able to scrutinise events as they unfold. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, we succeeded in that core mission, and the training camps in the mountain ranges of Afghanistan were destroyed. Al-Qaeda plots against this country were foiled because our serving men and women were there. And no successful terrorist attacks against the West have been mounted from Afghan soil for 2 decades. Happily give way to my right honourable friend.
Prime Minister, can I just take him back to his remarks in the House of July the 8th when he referred to the assessment that he'd made? There's clearly been a catastrophic failure of our intelligence or our assessment of the intelligence because of the speed that this has caught us unawares. Can the Prime Minister set out for the House how we may assure ourselves that in future years we can make sure there are no future terrorist attacks put together in Afghanistan that take place here in the United Kingdom?
Mr. Speaker, I think it would be fair to say that the events in Afghanistan have unfolded and the collapse has been faster than I think even the Taliban themselves predicted. What is not true is to say that the UK government was unprepared or did not foresee this, because it was certainly part of our planning, pitting the very difficult logistical operation for the withdrawal of UK nationals has been under preparation for many months, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell the House that the decision to commission the emergency handling centre at the airport, the commissioning of that centre, took place 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker. So, if I can just make a little bit more progress, Mr. Speaker. If I just a little bit, I will certainly give way in a moment. Alongside this core mission, we worked for a better future for the people of Afghanistan, and the heroism and tireless work of our armed forces contributed to national elections, as well as the promotion and protection of human rights and equalities in a way that many in Afghanistan had not previously known. Whereas 20 years ago almost no girls went to school and women were banned from positions of governance, now 3.6 million girls have been in school this year alone, and women hold over a quarter of the seats in the Afghan parliament. But Mr. Speaker, we must be honest and accept that huge difficulties were encountered at each turn, and some of this progress is fragile. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the
Prime Minister for giving way. Mr. Speaker, I pay tribute to our ambassador and the diplomatic team in Kabul and our armed forces on the ground who have been evacuating people in extraordinary circumstances. But one of the consequences of the rapidity of the collapse of Kabul is that many people have been left trapped, unable to access the airport, unable to evacuate, including many of those who should be coming to this country, who served us bravely in that country, and many women who are particularly at risk. Many of us across this House will have experienced chaos in the last 24, 48 hours in communicating information through to the ground to get some of those people out of the country. So can the Prime Minister give us some assurances about how we can get that information through so that we can get those brave people out of there, including many at risk of their lives right now in Kabul?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman raises exactly the right question. I spoke this morning to Ambassador Solori Bristow as well as to Brigadier Dan Blanchford, who's handling the evacuation. And it'd be fair to say the situation has stabilised since the weekend, but it remains precarious, and the UK officials on the ground are doing everything that they can to expedite the movement of people, those that need to come out, whether from the Arab scheme or the eligible persons, to get from Kabul to the airport. And at the moment, it would be fair to say that the Taliban are allowing that evacuation to go ahead. But the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, is that we get this done in as expeditious a fashion as we can, and that's what we are doing. And I may say that I'm grateful not just to the UK forces who are now out there helping to stabilise the airport, but also to the US forces as well. If I could just make some progress, Mr. Speaker. The combat phase of our mission ended in 2014, when we brought the vast majority of our troops home and handed over responsibility for security to the Afghans themselves, and we continued to support their efforts. Even at that stage, we should remember that conflict was continuous and that in spite of the bravery and sacrifice of the Afghan army, and we should never forget that 69,000 of those Afghan army troops have given their lives in this conflict, significant parts of the country remain contested or under Taliban control. And so when, after 2 decades, the Americans prepared to take their long-predicted and well-trailed step of a final extraction of their forces, we looked at many options, Mr. Speaker, including the potential for staying longer ourselves, finding new partners, or even increasing our presence. And I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. Will he share with the House what assessment UK intelligence services made of the relative fighting capacity currently of the Afghan army and the Taliban? And will he tell us what representations the UK government made to our US allies with regard to their timetable for withdrawal from Afghanistan?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I think that when he asks for a commentary on the respective military potential power of the Taliban and the Afghan forces, it's pretty clear from what has happened that the collapse of the Afghan forces has been much faster than expected. And as for our NATO allies and allies around the world, when it came for us to look at the options that this country might have in view of the American decision to withdraw, Mr. Speaker, we came up against this hard reality that since 2009, America has deployed 98% of all weapons released from NATO aircraft in Afghanistan, and at the peak of the operation, when there were 132,000 troops on the ground, 90,000 of them, Mr. Speaker, were American. The West could not continue this US-led mission, a mission conceived and executed in support and defence of America, without American logistics, without US air power, and without American might. And I do not believe... I give way with pleasure.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. I note the point that he's making about the importance of American support for our efforts in Afghanistan and those of our allies. But will he please set out when he first spoke personally to Jens Stoltenberg, Secretary-General of NATO, to discuss with him the possibility of putting together an alliance of other forces in order to replace the American support in Afghanistan.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I spoke to Secretary General Stoltenberg the other day about NATO's continuing role in Afghanistan. But I really think that it is an illusion to believe that there is appetite amongst any of our partners for a continued military presence or for a military solution imposed by NATO in Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker. That idea ended with the combat mission in 2014, and I do not believe that today, I do not believe that deploying tens of thousands of British troops to fight the Taliban is an option that, no matter how sincerely people may advocate it, and I appreciate their sincerity, but I do not believe that that is an option that would commend itself either to the British people or, Mr. Speaker, to this House. Mr. Speaker, we must deal with the position as it now is, accepting what we have achieved and what we have not achieved. And I will give way to the right honourable lady.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. He seemed to be making an argument earlier that he had anticipated something similar to what went on by having the rapid response force ready and waiting. Why then was he and the Foreign Secretary both on their holidays when this catastrophe happened?
Mr. Speaker, the government has been working round the clock to deal with the unfolding situation, and we must deal with the world as it is, accepting what we have achieved and what we have not achieved. And the UK will work with our international partners on a shared plan to support the people of Afghanistan and to contribute to regional stability. There will be 5 parts, Mr. Speaker, to this approach. First, our immediate focus, in just a minute, our immediate focus must be on helping those to whom we have direct obligations by evacuating UK nationals together with those Afghans who have assisted our efforts over the past 20 years. And I know the whole House will join me in paying tribute to the bravery and commitment of our Ambassador, Sir Laurie Bristow. I give way to the right honourable gentleman.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for giving way on that particular point. He will be aware that there are 228 missionaries in Afghanistan currently under sentence of death. Those missionaries need to be taken out of Afghanistan. Of course, there are tens of thousands of others who are under sentence of death and fear for their life. Will the Prime Minister assure the House that every effort will be made to bring back to safe haven people whose lives are under threat as a result of the catastrophe and foreign policy episode that has gone on in that country?
I thank the right honourable gentleman for raising the very needy case that he does, and I'm sure that colleagues across the House, literally every member, would I imagine, has received messages from people who know someone who needs to get out of Afghanistan. And I can tell the right honourable gentleman that we are doing everything we can to help out of that country those people to whom we owe, Mr. Speaker, a debt of obligation. And on that point, I want to repeat my thanks, not just to Laurie Bristow, but also to the Commander on the ground, Brigadier Dan Blanchford, and the entire British team in Kabul. I can tell the House that we have so far, I'm going to make some progress, Mr. Speaker, we have so far secured the safe return of 306 UK nationals and 2,052 Afghan nationals as part of our resettlement programme, with a further 2,000 Afghan applications completed and many more being processed. UK officials are working round the clock to keep the exit door open in the most difficult circumstances and actively seeking those we believe are eligible but as yet unregistered. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank him for giving way. Can you explain then how many people he think are still eligible for relocation and have still to sign up? And he says they're doing everything they can to get these people out. So what does everything they can mean? How are they identifying these people, where they are, especially if they're already in hiding in fear of their lives?
That's why, Mr. Speaker, it's been so important that we maintain a presence at Kabul airport, and that's why we've been getting the message out that we want people to come through. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, earlier on, it is important for everybody to understand that at the moment, in the days that we have ahead of us, which may be short, but at the moment, this is an environment in which the Taliban are permitting this evacuation to take place. Mr. Speaker, these are interpreters, they are locally engaged staff, and others who have risked their lives supporting our military efforts and seeking to secure new freedoms for their country. We are proud to bring these brave Afghans to our shores, and we continue to appeal for more to come forward. And I give way with pleasure.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister. The Home Secretary announced this morning that that the UK will be taking 20,000 refugees from Afghanistan, but that only 5,000 will be able to come this year. What are the 15,000 meant to do? Hang around and wait until they've been executed?
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Speaker, that's the 5,000 on whom we're spending 200 million to bring a further 5,000 on top of the, I think it will be a 10,000 altogether that we bring in under the ARAP and other programmes. We will be increasing that number over the coming years to, as I said, to 20,000. But the bulk of the effort of this country will be directed and should be directed, Mr. Speaker, to supporting people in Afghanistan and in the region, Mr. Speaker, in order to prevent a worse humanitarian crisis. And I believe, and may I tell the House that in that conviction, I am supported very strongly both by President Macron of France and by Chancellor Merkel of Germany. We are also, Mr. Speaker, doing everything possible to accelerate the visas for the
member for Hyndburn can't be like a drone in the chamber, completely above everybody all the way through. Stand up and down, please, not just hover. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was telling the House that we are making sure that we bring back the 35 brilliant Chevening scholars so that they can come and study in our great universities. We're deploying an additional 800 British troops to support this evacuation operation, and I can assure the House that we will continue this operation for as long as conditions at the airport allow, and I would give way to the honourable lady.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as of last week, it was still Home Office policy that we would send people back to Kabul because we thought Kabul was safe. Can the Prime Minister now also confirm it's not just about people coming out of Afghanistan, it's about keeping people safe here, and we will not send people back to this nightmare?
She's entirely right. We will not be sending people back to Afghanistan, and nor, by the way, Mr. Speaker, will be allowing people to come from Afghanistan to this country in an indiscriminate way. We want to be generous, but we must make sure that we look after our own security. And over the coming weeks, we will redouble our efforts, working with others to protect the UK homeland and all our citizens and interests from any threat that may emanate from a Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, from terrorism to the narcotics trade. And I give way to my honourable friend,
Mr. Forgiving-Way, does he agree with me that we have to do everything we can to support those who have supported us, like the Royal Marine Pen Farthing and his NALZ charity of veterinary staff and their immediate family who now need safe passage back to the UK?
Mr. Speaker, I think, like many of us, I have been extensively lobbied on behalf of the excellent work done by Mr. Pen Farthing. I'm well aware of his cause, all the wonderful things that he has done. And for animals in Afghanistan, I can tell my honourable friend that we will do everything we can to help Mr. Pen Farthing and others who face particular difficulty like himself. And, but as I say, without in any way jeopardising our own national security. These are concerns shared across the international community, from the region itself to all the NATO alliance and indeed all 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, and I will chair a virtual meeting of the G7 in the coming days. Third, Mr. Speaker, we also have an enduring commitment to all the Afghan people, and now more than ever we must reaffirm that commitment. Our efforts must be focused on supporting the Afghan people in the region itself, particularly those fleeing conflict or the threat of violence. We therefore call on the United Nations to lead a new humanitarian effort in this region, and I give way to the Right Honourable Lady Opposite.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way, and I welcome his commitment to support in the region and also the Government's commitment to a resettlement programme. But could he confirm the Home Secretary announced in 2019 that the UK would continue a resettlement scheme of 5,000 refugees a year after the Syrian scheme closed? Could he confirm that the announcement today of an Afghan resettlement scheme is in addition to that existing 5,000 resettlement commitment, as opposed to simply being a refocusing or a displacement of that existing 5,000 a year resettlement programme?
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Lady Opposite, because I think she's asked a question that formed itself in many people's minds about the 5,000s, and yes, indeed, the 5,000 that extra in the resettlement scheme are additional to those already announced, and we will support those people in coming to this country. We will also support the wider international community in delivering on humanitarian projects in the region by doubling, Mr. Speaker, the amount of humanitarian and development assistance that we had previously committed to Afghanistan this year, with new funding, wait for it, Mr. Speaker, taking this up to £286 million with immediate effect, and we call on others, £286 million with immediate effect, and we call on others to work together on a shared humanitarian effort, focusing on helping the most vulnerable in what will be formidably difficult circumstances. And I give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful to the Prime Minister, and he is being very generous with his time. Over the past 20 years, there have been some 50 NATO and partner nations that have been involved in Afghanistan. I welcome the measures that have been proposed by the UK and other countries such as the US, Canada, France, Germany, and so on. However, there are many countries still who have been involved in Afghanistan in recent years who have still yet to come to the plate and to recognise their responsibility in helping these people at this desperate time. Would the Prime Minister inform the House what is being done to encourage these other countries to take up their responsibility and help these people in Afghanistan?
My right honourable friend makes an excellent point, Mr. Speaker, and that's why the UK has chaired the Security Council of the UN and asked to put a motion together with our French friends to get the world to focus on the humanitarian needs of Afghanistan, and we'll be doing the same thing in NATO, in the G7 and the other bodies in which we have a leadership role. And we want all these countries to step up, as he rightly says, Mr. Speaker, and focus on the most vulnerable in what will be formidably difficult circumstances. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, I've given way, I think you'll agree, quite a lot already this morning, and I know that thanks to the generosity of yourself, Mr. Speaker, and the House, there is now ample time for debate until later on this afternoon, where I think many members will be able to get their points across. I therefore intend, Mr. Speaker, by your leave, to make some progress. Fourth, while we must focus on the region itself, we will also create safe and legal routes for those Afghans most in need to come and settle here in the UK. So in addition to those Afghans with whom we've worked directly, I can announce today that we're committing to relocating another 5,000 Afghans this year with a new and bespoke resettlement scheme focusing on the most vulnerable, particularly women and children. And we will keep this under review for future years with the potential of accommodating up to 20,000 over the long term. And so taken together, Mr. Speaker, I've been very generous with my interventions. I think you will agree already, and I've made my position clear. Taken together, Mr. Speaker, we are committing almost £500 million of humanitarian funding to support the Afghan people. Fifth, Mr. Speaker, we must also face the reality of a change of regime in Afghanistan. And as President of the G7, the UK will work to unite the international community behind a clear plan for dealing with this regime in a unified and concerted way. Over the last 3 days, I've spoken with the NATO and UN Secretaries General, with President Biden, with Chancellor Merkel, with President Macron and Prime Minister Khan. We are clear and we have agreed that it would be a mistake for any country to recognise any new regime in Kabul prematurely or bilaterally. Instead, those countries that care about Afghanistan's future should work towards common conditions about the conduct of the new regime before deciding, together, whether to recognise it and on what terms. We will judge this regime based on the choices it makes and by its actions rather than by its words. On its attitude to terrorism, to crime and narcotics, as well as humanitarian access and the rights of girls to receive an education. Defending human rights will remain of the highest priority, and we will use every available political and diplomatic means to ensure that those human rights remain at the top of the international agenda. Mr. Speaker, our United Kingdom has a roll call of honour that bears the names of 457 servicemen and women who gave their lives in some of the world's harshest terrain, and many others who bear injuries to this day, fighting in what had become the epicentre of global terrorism. And even amid the heart-wrenching scenes we see today, I believe they should be proud of their achievements. And we should be deeply proud of them, because they conferred benefits that are lasting and ineradicable on millions of people in one of the poorest countries on earth. And they provided vital protection for 2 decades to this country and the rest of the world. They gave their all for our safety, and we owe it to them to give our all to prevent Afghanistan from once again becoming a breeding ground for terrorism. Because no matter how grim the lessons of the past, the future is not yet written. And at this bleak turning point, we must help the people of Afghanistan to choose the best of all their possible futures. And in the UN, the G7, in NATO, with friends and partners around the world, that is the critical task on which this government is now urgently engaged and will be engaged in the days to come.
The question is that this House has considered the situation in Afghanistan. Can I suggest the backbenchers will be starting with 7 minutes? And now I call on the Leader of the Opposition, the Right Honourable Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank you and the staff for recalling Parliament for today's debate. Before I get to the urgent issue at hand, let me join you, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister in condemning the appalling shootings in Plymouth last week. We all send our condolences to the bereaved families. We must resolve to ensure that firearms do not get into the hands of dangerous people, and finally to get to grips with the way that hate thrives on the internet. Turning to Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, it's been a disastrous week, an unfolding tragedy. 20 years ago, the Taliban were largely in control of Afghanistan. Al-Qaeda were using the country as a training ground and a base for terror, including plotting the horrific 9/11 attack. There were widespread human rights abuses. Girls were denied an education. Women couldn't work. Being gay was punishable by death, all imposed without democracy. Since then, a fragile democracy emerged. Mr. Speaker, it was by no means perfect, but no international terrorist attacks have been mounted from Afghanistan in that period. Women have gained liberty and won office. Schools and clinics have been built, and Afghans have allowed themselves to dream of a better future. Mr. Speaker, those achievements were born of sacrifice. Sacrifice by the Afghan people, who bravely fought alongside their NATO allies, and British sacrifice. Over 150,000 UK personnel have served in Afghanistan, including members across this House, including the honourable and gallant members for Tunbridge and Malling, for Barnsley Central, Plymouth Moorview, Norwich South, Aldershot, the Isle of Wight, Filton and Bradley Stoke, and Wells. They and the tens of thousands of others deployed in Afghanistan served in difficult and challenging circumstances. And the Labour Party, and I'm sure everybody across this House, thanks each and every one of them, of the 150,000. Many returned with life-changing injuries, and tragically, 457 didn't return at all. I'll just make progress and then I will.
Later today, I'll be attending the service at RAF Lynham, outside Rolwyn Bassett, to commemorate the 10th anniversary, which falls today, of the last repatriation through Bassett. Will the right honourable gentleman agree with me that the message to those people that I will see today must be not that these young lives are wasted, but that they played an absolutely essential role in deterring and destroying terrorism and carrying out so many other good works in Afghanistan?
Yeah. I wholeheartedly agree with that, and will address it in just one moment. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, for many of those who return from Afghanistan and other places around the world, mental health has been an all-too-familiar issue raised by veterans time and again. And the events of the last few days and weeks will have exacerbated the situation, reopening old wounds, and everybody across this House will have had examples of that. So we must improve mental health services for our veterans. Mr. Speaker, in addressing the very point that's just been made, I want to address directly all those who served in Afghanistan and their families, especially the families of those who were lost. Your sacrifice was not in vain. Your sacrifice was not in vain. You brought stability, reduced the terrorist threat, and enabled progress. We are all proud of what you did. Your sacrifice deserves better than this, and so do the Afghan people. Mr. Speaker, there's been a major miscalculation of the resilience of the Afghan forces and staggering complacency from our government about the Taliban threat. The result is that the Taliban are now back in control of Afghanistan. The gains made through 20 years of sacrifice hang precariously. Women and girls fear for their liberty. Afghan civilians are holding onto the undercarriage of NATO aircraft, literally clinging to departing hope. And we face new threats to our security and an appalling humanitarian crisis. I will.
Grateful to the right honourable gentleman for all the reasons he mentioned. Doesn't he agree that President Biden is actually wrong when he talks about American sacrifices in a civil war? The Taliban is not at war with a regime. The Taliban is at war with the civilised values of justice, equality and tolerance that all of us hold dear, and against which it respects no international boundaries.
I would agree with that intervention and thank the honourable member for it. Mr. Speaker, I'll just make some progress and then I will, of course. Mr. Speaker, the desperate situation requires leadership and for the Prime Minister to snap out of his complacency. The most urgent task is the protection of our diplomatic staff still working heroically in Kabul and the evacuation of British nationals and Afghans who've risked their lives. Mr Speaker, let me be clear, the Labour Party fully supports the deployment of troops to this end. We want it to succeed just as quickly and safely as possible. The Defence Secretary has said that some people who've worked with us will not get back. Unconscionable. The government, in one moment I will, the government must outline a plan to work with our allies to do everything that's possible to ensure that does not happen. Guarantee that our troops have the resources they need to carry out their mission effectively and as safely as possible, and work to provide stable security at the airport in Kabul so that flights can depart and visas can be processed. We all know how difficult that is. We all know how hard everybody is working on the ground, and we fully support it. And I raise an issue not by way of criticism, but just to get some reassurance, because there are reports this morning from NGOs that an evacuation plane left almost empty this morning because evacuees couldn't get to the airport to get to that plane. As I say, we are not challenging the work on the ground. We know how difficult it is, but at some appropriate moment I would like to see that addressed. If true. I will, yes.
Grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Can I just bring him back to the statement by the President of the United States the other day? Does he not agree with me that this took on the terms, really, of a sort of shameful excuse? When he blames the Afghan armed forces, who have lost nearly 70,000 in trying to defend Afghan, when corruption had stripped away much of their pay, their money, their support, and the American decision to withdraw the aircraft cover was almost certainly going to lead us, does he not think that that is shameful?
Mr Speaker, the US is of course an important ally, but to overlook the fighting of the Afghan troops and forces in recent years, they have been at the forefront of that fighting, I think is wrong for any of us to overlook all the situation that they now find themselves in. Mr Speaker, the urgent task is of course the evacuation. Equally urgent is the immediate refugee crisis. I'll just make some progress and then I will. Many Afghans have bravely sought to rebuild their country. They did so on a promise of democratic freedoms, the rule of law, and liberty for the oppressed, including women and girls. They are our friends, and that was our promise. They are now fearing for their lives. We do not turn our backs on friends at their time of need. We owe an obligation to the people of Afghanistan. There should be a resettlement scheme for people to rebuild their lives here. Safe and legal routes. It must be a resettlement scheme that meets the scale of the enormous challenge. But what the government has announced this morning does not do that. It is vague. It will support just 5,000 in the first year, a number without rationale. Was that based on a risk assessment of those most at need, or was it plucked out of the air? Others, the offer to others in one moment, the offer to others is in the long term, But for those desperately needing our help now, there is no long term, Mr Speaker. Just day-to-day survival. Yet again, this government... I will give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, as well as the need for a much more bold and ambitious resettlement programme. Would he agree with me that this disaster must mark a turning point for our failed asylum system, in particular getting rid of the so-called hostile environment and the Nationality and Borders Bill, under which a woman fleeing the Taliban with her children on a boat across the Channel would be criminalised? Does he agree that that bill must now be revised?
Thank you for that intervention. I'm going to come on to the specifics of the system, because yet again this government seems ill-prepared and unwilling, just as it has been too slow to provide sanctuary to Afghans who've served alongside Britain. Too many reports of eligible Afghans facing bureaucratic hurdles and too many unfairly excluded. Mr Speaker, knowing the date of withdrawal was coming for months, the Home Office is not close to completing the process they've already got up and running. It was designed to help 7,000 people Yet Home Office figures this week showed only 2,000 have been helped so far. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and the point that I wanted to make indeed to the Prime Minister was the situation facing Afghan Sikhs. Now, I know from my own constituency casework that there are Afghan Sikhs in the system at the moment waiting for clearance from the Home Office. So one of the things I would like to call on the government to do is to process those as quickly as possible and not leave all those people in the system waiting any longer than they have to at the moment. They are terrified with the idea of being sent back home, and despite the reassurance given to my honourable friend, I do not see any movement from the Home Office to give these people the legal status that they need.
I'm grateful for that intervention, and there have been other examples across the House of individuals and groups who are very obviously at risk in Afghanistan and need to come out just as quickly as possible. And that's, Mr. Speaker, where the question arises to what's behind the 5,000 number and why the others are having to wait so long. Mr. Speaker, the scale of the refugee crisis requires an international response, but we must lead it, and lead with a resettlement programme that meets the scale of the challenge. The scheme must be generous and welcoming. If it's not, we know the consequences. We know the consequences now. Violent reprisals in Afghanistan, people tragically fleeing into the arms of human traffickers. We know this is what will happen. More people risking and losing their lives on unsafe journeys, including across the English Channel. We cannot betray our friends. We must lead. I will.
For him giving way. He speaks of people fleeing, but what we have yet to assess is whether anyone outside of Kabul is able to get to somewhere of safety. Does he agree that now a safe corridor needs to be opened to an international border so that those who are not near Kabul can also get to safety via third countries?
Well, I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for that intervention. And there is huge concern, as all members will know, about our line of sight beyond Kabul just at the moment. And again, that calls into question where the 5,000 number comes from, because we're not even in a position to assess at the moment the position outside of Kabul. We cannot betray our friends. We must lead. Mr. Speaker, I will.
The government of this kingdom to be overthrown by a wicked and brutal regime. I venture that he would want a leading role in the resistance. He wouldn't be queuing at the airport, would he?
When I was Director of Public Prosecutions, I had some of my prosecutors in Afghanistan at huge risk working on counter-terrorism with other brave souls there. So I won't take that from him or anybody else. Mr. Speaker, once these immediate challenges are addressed, we face an uncertain and difficult future. The Taliban are back in control, and we cannot be naive about the consequences. We've lost our primary source of leverage in political discussions, and everything we've achieved in the last 20 years is now under threat. I'm going to make some progress, and then I will give way. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is right to say that we cannot allow Afghanistan to become a training ground for violent hate and terrorism. But that will be more difficult now that Afghanistan has descended into chaos. But if preventing al-Qaeda camps is now the limit of our ambition, we are betraying 20 years of sacrifice by our armed forces, and we're betraying the Afghan people who cannot be left to the cruelty of the Taliban. I will.
Very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He speaks about the lack of ambition and the lack of urgency, which of course summarises everything about this government's approach to this crisis and many others. Isn't it telling about the whole approach of this government that when we had an Afghan government that we wanted to support, they should cut the amount of overseas aid we sent, and now the Taliban are in charge, they're talking about increasing the amount of overseas aid?
I'm grateful for that intervention. I'm going to come to the question of aid in just a minute, because it's a very important point in this context, looking at what has happened in recent weeks and months. I'm going to make some progress, and then I will make way. So we have to use every tool that remains at our disposal to protect human rights in Afghanistan. The government is right not to recognise the Taliban as the official government. The Prime Minister has made that clear. But this must be part of a wider strategy developed with our UN security partners, our NATO allies, to apply pressure to the Taliban, not only to stamp out a resurgence of terror groups, but to retain the liberties and human rights of Afghans. We must work with Afghans' neighbours to ensure there is consistent pressure, and there must be a UN-backed plan to ensure our aid budget is used to support humanitarian causes in Afghanistan, not fund the Taliban. Mr. Speaker, this is a difficult task with no guarantee of success. So it should concern us all that the Prime Minister's judgment on Afghanistan has been appalling. Mr. Speaker, nobody believes that Britain and our allies could have remained in Afghanistan indefinitely, or that Britain could have fought alone. NATO leaders were put in a difficult position after President Trump agreed with the Taliban that all US forces would withdraw by May 2021. But, Mr. Speaker, that agreement was made in February 2020, 18 months ago. We've had 18 months to prepare and plan for the consequences of what followed, to plan and to prepare for the resettlement of refugees and those that have supported us, for supporting the Afghan government in managing withdrawal, for securing international and regional pressure on the Taliban and support for the Afghan government. The very problems we're confronting today in this debate were all known problems for the last 18 months, and there's been a failure of preparation. Mr. Speaker, the lack of planning is unforgivable, and the Prime Minister bears a heavy responsibility. Mr. Speaker, he mutters today. He was in a position to lead, but he didn't. Britain holds a seat at the United Nations Security Council. We're a key player within NATO. We're chair of the G7. Every one of these platforms could and should have been used to prepare for the withdrawal of forces, to rally international support behind a plan to stabilise Afghanistan through the process and keep us safe. I will give way in just a minute. But what did the... Mr. Speaker, did the Prime Minister use those platforms in those 18 months to prepare? No, he didn't. What did he do? What did he do instead? We debated this. He cut the development budget. He cut the development budget that was key to the strength and resilience of democracy in Afghanistan. He's making a great deal today of the money he's putting in. £292 million was spent in Afghanistan in 2019. In 2021, £155 million. Short-sighted, small-minded, and a threat to security. I will, in a moment, I'm going to make this list. He failed to visit Afghanistan as Prime Minister, meaning that his last trip as Foreign Secretary in 2018 was not to learn or to push British interests, but to avoid a vote on Heathrow. Hundreds of thousands of British people have flown to Afghanistan to serve. The Prime Minister flew to avoid public service. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. In March this year, the Prime Minister published an integrated review of security, defence, development and foreign policy. Huge review. He boasted that the review would, in his words, demonstrate to our allies in Europe and beyond that they can always count on the UK when it really matters. Well, the Afghan government was an ally, yet in the integrated review there were just 2 passing references to Afghanistan. 2 passing references. Mr. Speaker, the review didn't even mention the Taliban. It didn't even mention the Taliban. It didn't mention NATO withdrawal or the consequences of the Doha Agreement. It did cut the size of the army, and we did criticise it at the time. The very force that we're now relying on, eye off the ball, astonishingly careless.
You were probably on holiday.
The question is, why was the Prime Minister so careless? Why did he fail to lead? Mr. Speaker, it comes down to complacency and poor judgment. There was a calculation. I will in a moment. I'm going to make this case. There was a calculation that withdrawal would lead to military stalemate in Afghanistan and that stalemate would accelerate political discussions. Seeing this in July, members on both sides of this House warned the government, read Hansard, that they may be underestimating the threat of the Taliban. On both sides of the House, that point was made. That was ignored. And the government's preparation for withdrawal were based on a miscalculation of the resilience of the Afghan forces and a staggering complacency about the Taliban threat. The Prime Minister is as guilty as anyone. This Sunday, he said this, and I quote, "We've known for a long time that this was the way things were going." That's what he said on Sunday. That's not what he told this House. That's not what he told this House. In July, the Prime Minister stood there and assured members that there is no military path to victory for the Taliban. And then he went on to say, Mr. Speaker, "I do not think that the Taliban are capable of victory by military means." The British government were wrong and complacent. The Prime Minister was wrong and complacent. And when he wasn't rewriting history, the Prime Minister was displaying the same appalling judgment and complacency last week. Mr. Speaker, the response of the British ambassador to the Taliban arriving at the gates of Kabul was to personally process the paperwork for those that needed to flee. He is still there, and we thank him and his staff. The Prime Minister's response to the Taliban arriving at the gates of Kabul was to go on holiday. No sense of the gravity of the situation, not leadership to drive international efforts on the evacuation. The Foreign Secretary shakes his head. Mr. Speaker, what would I do differently? I wouldn't stay on holiday whilst Kabul was falling. And there are numerous examples of those leaders on both sides of the House who've come back immediately in a time of crisis. The Foreign Secretary stayed on his... He's shouting now. He's shouting now. Silent. Mr.
Order. The Prime Minister was heard, and I want to hear the Leader of the Opposition. I don't want people to shout, you may disagree, but you'll also may wish to catch my eye. Don't ruin that chance. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Secretary shouts now, but he stayed on holiday while our mission in Afghanistan was disintegrating. Mr. Speaker, he didn't even speak to ambassadors in the region as Kabul fell to the Taliban. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. You cannot coordinate an international response from the beach. A dereliction of duty by the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, a government totally unprepared for the scenario that it had 18 months to prepare for. Mr. Speaker, it's one thing for people to lose trust in the Prime Minister at home, but when the trust in the word of our Prime Minister is questioned abroad, there are serious consequences for our safety and security at home. Mr. Speaker, in one moment, recent events in Afghanistan shame the West. Not just the scenes of chaos, but what it says about our abandonment of the Afghan people. For those brave people around the world, living under regimes paying scant regard to human rights, but resisting those regimes in pursuit of democracy, equality and individual freedom. What does this say to them? What does this retreat from freedom signal to those prepared to stand up for it? What does this surrender to extremism mean for those prepared to face it down? And what does it mean for those nations who support an international rules-based system when we hand over power to those who recognise no rules at all? That is the challenge of our time. Mr. Speaker, the British and Afghan people will have to live with the consequences of the Prime Minister's failure. We have fought for 20 years to rid Afghanistan of terror, terror which threatens our security here in Britain and liberty in Afghanistan. The Taliban are back in control. The Prime Minister has no plan how to handle the situation, just as he had no plan to prevent it. What we won through 20 years of sacrifice could all be lost. That is the cost, Mr. Speaker, of careless leadership. Thank you.
Theresa May. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to visit Afghanistan twice, but I recognise that there are others across this House whose experience is more recent, more vivid, more practical, longer and broader than mine. But when I was there, I was struck by the commitment and dedication of our armed forces serving there and of other British personnel. All were doing what they could to give hope to the people of Afghanistan. People who, thanks to our presence, were able to enjoy freedoms they had been denied under the Taliban. 20 years on, 457 British military personnel have died in Afghanistan, and many more have suffered life-changing injuries. Yes, many girls have been educated because of British aid, but it is not just that the freedoms once enjoyed will now be taken away, but there are many, many Afghans, not just those who worked with British forces, who are now in fear of their lives. It is right that we should open up a refugee scheme, but we must make it absolutely certain that it is accessible to all those who need it. Now, of course, the NATO presence was always going to end at some point in time, but the withdrawal, when it came, was due to be orderly, planned, and on the basis of conditions. It has been none of these. What has been most shocking has been the chaos and the speed of the takeover by the Taliban. In July of this year, both President Biden and my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, indicated that they did not think that the Taliban was ready or able to take over control of the country. Was our intelligence really so poor? Was our understanding of the Afghan government so weak? Was our knowledge of the position on the ground so inadequate? Or did we really believe this? Or did we just feel that we had to follow the United States and hope that on a wing and a prayer it would be all right on the night? Because the reality is, if I may just make this point, the reality is that as long as a time limit was given and dates were given for withdrawal, all the Taliban had to do was to ensure there were sufficient problems for the Afghan government not to be able to have full control of the country, and then just sit and wait.
Would my right honourable friend agree that President Biden decided unilaterally to withdraw without agreeing and negotiating a plan with either the Afghan government or the NATO allies, and that the response of the UK government in the circumstances has been fast, purposeful and extremely well guided to protecting the interests of UK citizens?
Can I just say to my right honourable friend that what President Biden has done is upheld a decision that was made by President Trump. It was a unilateral decision of President Trump to do a deal with the Taliban that has led to this withdrawal. And of course, what we've seen from the scenes in Afghanistan is that it hasn't been all right on the night. As I say, there are many in Afghanistan who fear not just that their lives will be irrevocably changed for the worse, but who fear for their lives. Numbered among them will be women. Women who embrace freedom, embrace the right to education, to work and to participate in the political process. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, was right to make the education of girls a key aim of his administration. But in Afghanistan, that will now be swept away. Those girls who have been educated will have no opportunity to use that education. The Taliban proclaim that women will be allowed to work and girls will be allowed to go to school. But this will be under Islamic law, or rather under their interpretation of Islamic law.
Am I right, Honourable
And we,
on that?
if I may just, and we have seen before what that means for the lives of women and girls. Are you ready?
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend giving way on that point. Some of the women who show most courage are the 250 women who serve as judges under the attempt that was made to impose a decent, honest legal system on Afghanistan. They are particularly feared as being targets. The Bar Council and the Law Society have asked the government to particularly take cognizance of the particular risks that they run. Will she support the court for them to be given particular priority in being brought to safety? Because they put their lives on their line for their fellow women and for their whole country.
Very important point. As has been said, there are many groups in Afghanistan who have actually put their lives on the line to support the Afghan government, to support democracy, to support justice in Afghanistan. And it is right that we should do everything that we can to support them in their time of need. But as we know, I may just make a further point about women and girls. As we know, under the Taliban regime, sadly, the life of women and girls will not be the same. They will not have the rights that we believe they should have, and they will not have the freedoms that they should have. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Okay. There are already reports from sources in Kabul that the Taliban is executing collaborators and homosexuals. Does she agree with me that complacency is absolutely misplaced? And what does she suggest should we do to protect those people who need to get out?
Can I say to the Honourable Lady that the government is doing much to protect people in trying to ensure that it is possible for people to be able to access ways of leaving Afghanistan. Now, I think a point was made earlier about the issue of not just expecting people to get to Kabul, and I hope that this is something that the government will be able to look into and be able to take up. Furthermore, apart from the impact on people's lives in terms of women and girls, we do see potential humanitarian crisis, at least in some parts of Afghanistan. Now, of course, we cut our international aid budget, but I'm pleased that the Foreign Secretary has told me that more funding is going to be made available to deal with this crisis. But it isn't just about the impact of the people on Afghanistan that must concern us. We must be deeply concerned about the possible impact here in the UK. The aim of our involvement in Afghanistan was to ensure that it could not be used as a haven for terrorists. Terrorists who could train, plot and encourage attacks here in the UK. Al-Qaeda has not gone away. Daesh may have lost their ground in Syria, but these terrorist groups remain and they have spawned others. We will not defeat them until we have defeated the ideology which feeds their extremism.
My friend for giving way. Is she concerned? I mean, one of the most concerning things that's happening is that several thousand Al-Qaeda operatives have been freed from Bagram prison, from Kabul prison, from Kandahar. Is she concerned that these people are going to go back to their old ways, or do we hope that they're somehow going to go into retirement? Because it seems to me that we are going to restart a new round of international terrorism.
Well, my honourable friend has actually anticipated a point I was exactly about to make, which is the Taliban, of course, have said that they will not allow Afghanistan to become a haven for terrorists again. Yesterday in the press conference they said they would not allow anything to happen in Afghanistan which led to attacks elsewhere across the world. But their actions must be what we look at, not their words. And their action has, as my honourable friend has just pointed out, been to release thousands of high-value Taliban, Al-Qaeda and Daesh fighters. So their action is completely different from their words. And I think it is absolutely essential for us to recognise that the probability that Afghanistan will once again become a breeding ground for the terrorists who seek to destroy our way of life.
Thank you for giving way, because she's making exactly the point I hoped to hear from the Prime Minister and didn't. The reasons that we went into Afghanistan in 2002 remain valid today. If the actions that have been taken in recent weeks render a military solution to that problem impossible, then we have to have a non-military solution. What does she see that non-military solution as being?
To the right honourable gentleman, I'm going to make a reference later on to this issue. I think that he is absolutely right that the question of a military solution has not been there actually for some time, because our combat mission ended some years ago. But what we have been doing is trying to provide the support to enable a democratic government to actually take proper control of that country. I'd be happy to talk to the right honourable gentleman at some time about my views, but actually I think that the idea of trying to impose just a Western example of democracy, actually in a country which is geographically difficult and which relies a lot on regional government, possibly was a route that we should have reconsidered when we were going down that route. But I will not go down that road any longer, despite his temptations. But there was another...
About the time for backbencher, I did suggest it was 7 minutes. We're now heading to 10. I didn't put a time limit on, but I'm going to have to do after this.
Speaker, I'm very grateful for your generosity to me. For the UK, there was another important element of our work in Afghanistan. That was stopping the drugs from coming into the United Kingdom. Yeah. Sadly, that has not been as successful as we would have liked it to be, but we did support a drug crime-specific criminal justice system in Afghanistan. I assume that is now going to come to a complete end. So, once again, this is another area where withdrawal is not just about Afghanistan, it has an impact on the streets of the UK. But what must also be of key concern to us is the message this sends around the world to those who would do the West harm. The message it sends about our capabilities and, most important, about our willingness to defend our values. What does it say about us as a country? What does it say about NATO if we are entirely dependent on a unilateral decision taken by the United States? Yes. We all understand the importance of American support. But despite the comments from my right honourable friend earlier, I do find it incomprehensible and worrying that the United Kingdom was not able to bring together not a military solution, but an alternative alliance of countries to continue to provide the support necessary to sustain a government in Afghanistan. Surely one outcome of this must be a reassessment of how NATO operates. NATO is the bedrock of European security, but Russia will not be blind to the implications of this withdrawal decision and the manner in which it has been taken. Neither will China, and others have failed to notice the implications, because in recent years the West has appeared to be less willing to defend its values. This cannot continue, because if it does, it will embolden those who do not share those values and wish to impose their way of life on others. I'm afraid I think this has been a major setback for British foreign policy. We boast about global Britain, but where is global Britain on the streets of Kabul? A successful foreign policy strategy will be judged by our deeds, not by our words. And I finally just say this. All of our military personnel, all who served in Afghanistan, should hold their heads high and be proud of what they achieved in that country over 20 years, of the change of life they brought to the people of Afghanistan and the safety they brought here to the UK. The politicians sent them there. The politicians decided to withdraw. The politicians must be responsible for the consequences.
Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I begin by thanking you for facilitating the recall of Parliament. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, and I hope that the Government will reflect very carefully on her words this morning, and particularly her remarks at the end of her contribution about the role of NATO in the light of the American decision to pull out of Afghanistan, because these are very real issues about the capabilities that we have within NATO, and if I may say so, not just about the capability of NATO, but how we make sure that the United Nations has all the tools at its disposal in order to do what we expect of it as well. And these are matters that we are going to have to return to in this House when we come back from recess. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Government for the briefings that we have had over the course of the last few days, and in particular I want to commend the Defence Secretary for making himself available in the way that he has conducted himself. And indeed that is also true of ministers in the Home Office, and I'm thinking particularly of the member for Torbay, and in the Foreign Office the member for Braintree, because it is important when we're talking about human lives being lost that when it is possible that in this House that we work together, but yes, of course, that we ask legitimate questions. Mr. Speaker, there can be little doubt that the chaos and the crisis being inflicted upon the Afghan people is the biggest foreign policy failure of modern times. The sheer scale of that political failure is only matched by the humanitarian emergency that it has now unleashed. As we gather here this morning, the future and the fate of Afghanistan has never been more uncertain. Afghanistan, a country that has been through so much, is once again facing a period of darkness. Over the course of the last week, we have watched these tragic images from afar. Mr. Speaker, the scenes of Afghans seeking to jump onto moving planes to escape will haunt us for the rest of our lives. We have watched from afar, but I think we all have a deep sense of sorrow of just how closely the UK has been involved in what has unfolded. Geographical distance doesn't for a second diminish the moral responsibility we need to feel for the West's role in this crisis. Washing our hands of this crisis won't make it go away, and it definitely won't wash away our responsibility to the Afghan people. We all know that acting now will be too little and too late, but better little and late than nothing at all. So today, Mr. Speaker, we have a choice. We can either offer meaningless words of sympathy, we can stand idly by, or we can start to do the right thing. We can take responsibility and act. The Home Secretary has today talked about evacuating more contacts of the UK-Afghanistan operation from the existing resettlement scheme. Let me be clear, there should be no ifs or buts. Everyone who has worked with UK forces and who by definition has a vulnerability has to be moved to a position of safety. No one can be left behind. That is our moral and ethical responsibility. All those who work with us are our responsibility. We cannot walk away from them. And I'm asking the government today to make that commitment. Mr. Speaker, their action needs to begin with a coordinated domestic and international effort to offer safe passage, shelter and support to refugees fleeing this crisis is obvious. And that action can't wait. If we are to act, we need to act with the same speed as the situation in Afghanistan has developed. I'm sad to say that the scheme announced last night by the UK government and today by the Prime Minister doesn't go near far enough or fast enough. It can only be right that the number of refugees we welcome here reflects the share of the responsibility the UK government has for this foreign policy disaster. And this scheme falls way short of that responsibility. The scheme needs to be far more ambitious, generous and swift to help the Afghan citizens that it has abandoned and left at serious risk of persecution and indeed of death. The scale of the efforts need to match the scale of this humanitarian emergency. Mr. Speaker, I will give way.
I'm very grateful to him. Considering that the government promised in 2016 to save 3,000 unaccompanied refugee children from Calais, is he not concerned that the numbers who have actually been saved stand at around 380? And if those promises can be broken, and amongst those children will be many from Afghanistan, is he concerned that the promises made today may be as unrobust as those of the past?
I do agree with my right honourable friend that it's important that this House has the opportunity to reflect on this and consider what mechanisms that we do need to put in place in order to protect people in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, the harsh reality is 3 million people have already been displaced. 80% of those fleeing their homes are women and children. These are people that are now crying out for our help.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for that. He'll be aware that yesterday the Nobel laureate Nadia Murad said, "I know what happens when the world loses sight of women and girls in a crisis, when it looks away what is waged on women's bodies." She's sadly correct. Doesn't he agree that if we do not act now and go so much further than the government are proposing to protect women and girls, that this political disaster will become a catastrophic moral failure?
I agree with my honourable friend. I just reflected on the fact that 3 million people have already been displaced. We need to show that generosity of spirit that recognises the scale of the challenge that we face, and that women don't face the loss of their human rights, that women don't face persecution, and yes, that women don't face even worse, including up to death. Mr. Speaker, it is important to say that if we are to support the Afghan people, then this crisis needs to mark a point of fundamental change in this government's approach to refugees. In the past few months alone, this is a government which has introduced a hateful anti-refugee bill that would rip up, Mr. Speaker, international conventions. It would criminalise those coming from Afghanistan that are in need of our refuge. It is the UK government that has spent a sizable part of its summer making political play from turning away migrants and refugees in small boats, desperately making their way across the Channel. I will give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Given that only Glasgow has been the only city and only authority in Scotland to be part of the resettlement scheme up until now, will the SNP actually stick to their rhetoric and start coming forward with other authority areas to be part of the resettlement scheme?
My goodness. I don't think the honourable gentleman has actually been listening to anything we've been saying over the course of the last few days, because, and I'll come on and I'll talk about this in more detail, because I've been asking about the Syrian resettlement scheme, to work on the basis of the Syrian scheme that we had back in the last decade. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the Scottish Government stands ready to work with the UK Government. You know, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about people that are facing extreme risk, and that's what we get from the government benches, and they should really be careful that people in the United Kingdom are listening to this, and perhaps people in Afghanistan. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, a bit of dignity from the opposition benches wouldn't go remiss. But let me tell the government benches that I want to make sure that every local authority in Scotland has the opportunity to take refugees from Afghanistan. And that is precisely the position of the government in Scotland, but it has to come with the government in London and the devolved administrations working together. There has to be a summit of the four nations to discuss exactly how this will work.
I thank him for giving way. Just to correct the record, my local authority, Staffordshire Council's got Syrian refugees. One friend next to me is saying Argyll and Bute, and we know Dundee has. So that is utter nonsense from the honourable member.
Correct the record. Correct the record.
Well, my honourable friend is correct, and I also know in my own area in Highland that we have refugees from Syria as well, and indeed they were most welcomed by the community. And these are people, and let's just reflect on this, when we have the hostile environment that we're seeing once again from the party opposite, that these are people that have come here to receive sanctuary, who have gone on to make a contribution to our public life. They were welcome. Refugees are welcome, and Afghans are certainly welcome in every part of Scotland. I will, one last time.
I'm very grateful to him. Before he was rerouted by the honourable gentleman opposite, he's making a very powerful point about those who come across the Channel in boats and the government's proposals for them. does he recognise that, according to refugee organisations like Safe Passage, 70% of the unaccompanied minors who are crossing in the Channel are actually coming from Afghanistan, and to criminalise them is a criminal act in itself?
Yes, I agree with my right honourable friend, and the government has really got to reflect very carefully on this over the course of the summer and change their ways before we come back and debate these matters again. I'm going to make some progress, and I'll give way later on. I think we've just demonstrated that the hostile attitude and approach to refugees well and truly exists and extends to those from Afghanistan. Since the most recent conflict began in 2001, the Home Office has rejected asylum for 32,000 Afghans, including rejecting asylum for 875 girls. Mr. Speaker, the total number of Afghans currently in the system stands at around 3,117. So, if we are to have any confidence that this is a turning point, then this UK government needs to radically rethink how it will respond to the refugee crisis that is unfolding before our eyes.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Nobody can fail, no one in this House can be failed to be moved by the scenes that we're seeing on our televisions coming from Afghanistan. And I'm delighted to hear that the Scottish Government is standing ready to do its part. Could the right honourable gentleman confirm how many refugees the Scottish Government are ready to resettle, please?
Well, I am going to come on and discuss this a little bit later on. Look, I have to say to the government benches, these are the most serious of issues. And I welcome the intervention from the honourable member. But I'm going to give you the example of what happened with Syria, because it's a real live example. That Scotland took 15% of the refugees that came. 20%. So we have done our bit, and we stand ready to do our bit. And I commit myself as leader of the SNP here, and I commit my government to work with the government here in London. But they have to extend that hand of friendship to us and to meet with us. One last time.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Let us hope that the issue of refugees does not become a political football in this place. All of us care desperately about giving these people safe haven. We welcome them in the Highlands, we welcome them everywhere. But would the right honourable gentleman agree with me that the proper finance to support our local authorities is forthcoming from the UK Government and the Scottish Government? Because without that, our councils will struggle.
Yes, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and I agree with him. And of course, I know he will associate himself with me that we will extend 100,000 welcomes to those that wish to come to the Highlands of Scotland. Mr. Speaker, we have called for a four-nation summit to integrate these efforts across the United Kingdom, and I hope that the Prime Minister will respond positively to that, and he can take the opportunity just now, if he wishes to do so, that he will meet with the devolved administrations to discuss this, and perhaps he can indicate that he's happy to do that. So we have it on the record that the Prime Minister is happy for a four-nation summit, and I'm grateful for that.
Very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. There's been much focus today on making sure that we offer sanctuary to people who are in Afghanistan at the moment, but just last night I was speaking to my Carmyle constituent, Mohammed Asif, who's originally from Afghanistan, and he wants to make sure as well that we offer humanitarian protection to those who are already seeking asylum in the city of Glasgow. And the point that was made from the honourable member from Stoke-on-Trent North, yes, the city of Glasgow has done its fair share to welcome refugees, and we stand ready to do a lot more like that. But I've got to say to the honourable gentleman opposite that 30 refugees per parliamentary constituency is a paltry number he should be ashamed of.
Well, look, at the end of the day, I think it's important that all of us do what we can. And let me commend Glasgow City Council. It's MPs, it's MSPs, but the people of Glasgow. The people of Glasgow that have done so much to welcome asylum seekers into their city. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the resettlement schemes should emulate and exceed the Syrian Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme, but it must also be enacted and deployed much more quickly than was the case in Syria. Afghan refugees should not and could not wait for up to 5 years for safety. They need safe passage, and they need safe passage now. It should be open to Afghans who supported UK government-funded programmes and who work for the UK and other international organisations. It should have a minimum commitment of welcoming at least 35,000 to 40,000 Afghan refugees in the UK, in line with the population share of refugees welcomed from Syria. 3,000 of these Syrian refugees have now made Scotland their new home. They have contributed to our economy and to our communities. They were Syrians. They are now part of Scotland's story. They are our friends. They are our neighbours. It is only right that we can offer the same warmth and welcome to Afghan refugees facing the same dangerous and desperate situation. Mr. Speaker, this crisis has also shown into sharp focus the disaster of the overseas development cuts rammed through before the summer recess. And you know, when the Prime Minister talks about the increase in spending in Afghanistan, it still doesn't take us to the level of spending that was previously committed. These cuts to overseas aid were immoral and shameful before this humanitarian emergency. It is now a policy that is completely... Do I not listen? Do I not listen? I'm afraid the person that's not listening, and maybe is still on holiday, is the Foreign Secretary, because you haven't taken the spending back to the level when it was. That's the... No, you're not doubling it. And that just shows quite simply the Foreign Secretary can't...
We don't use you, as you well know, because I don't want to take responsibility, and you wouldn't expect me to. Ian Blackford.
Certainly don't want to take responsibility for a Foreign Secretary that can't realise the facts of the matter, that you've taken spending to below what it previously was. And if you can't accept that, then I'm afraid the Foreign Secretary can't even count.
Using you, you've got to come through me. I'm the chair, not the opposite, not the Foreign Secretary. It's me, Ian Blackford.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that the cuts to overseas aid in their entirety are now reversed. Mr. Speaker, I know he's trying to wind me up, but it really...
Don't speak to me.
When the rest of us were doing what we can over the course of the last few days, the Foreign Secretary was lying on a sunbed. So I'm not going to take any lectures from someone like him. People are facing the worst situation imaginable. And you have a Foreign Secretary that's sitting laughing and joking on the government front bench. A Foreign Secretary that should be ashamed of himself, that is demonstrating he has absolutely no dignity whatsoever. And you can carry on saying that it's been doubled, but I'm afraid...
Order! A point of order. Well, let me just one thing at once. Point of order, Bob Seeley.
To disturb you, sir, we've had 20 minutes. We now have a private conversation between the front benches. Should we not be debating this, sir?
I think it's for me to decide, and I have mentioned it twice about both sides trying to antagonise each other, which is not a good idea. Whether it's this front bench or that front bench shouldn't be responding, or a little bit lower down. And I'm sure Mr Blackford is coming to the end. He did say it wouldn't take too long. Ian Blackford.
Well, Mr Speaker, this is an important matter, because the fact is that aid spending in Afghanistan is still below what it was meant to be, and the Foreign Secretary hasn't got the decency to understand that and to accept it. It just shows that he is out of touch with what people want in this House, and out of touch what people want across these islands. And perhaps the Foreign Secretary will get a chance to intervene later on, but continuing to chunter from a sedentary position shows really he has no dignity. He ought to earn some self-respect. And Mr Speaker, when it comes to the issue of aid, it is very telling to reflect on the chasm between the amount invested in this conflict and the amount invested in development. Since 2001, the UK Government has spent around £27.7 billion on military operations in Afghanistan. Over the same period, it has spent approximately £3.8 billion in aid. That amounts to 8 times as much spending on military action over supporting communities or helping rebuild the country. These figures alone should make this House seriously reflect of all those priorities, policies and political decisions that have ultimately resulted in this failure. And the failure rests on the shoulders of the Prime Minister and his Foreign Secretary. Billions have been invested to support these failed military decisions, and it is the Afghan people who are left paying the ultimate price. Mr. Speaker, I have concentrated my remarks on the here and now because we understand that the immediate priority must be to do everything that we can to protect lives. But in times there must also be a chance to review how the UK's involvement in this region went so badly wrong. It is right to put on record today that there must be a future judge-led inquiry into the war in Afghanistan. We owe that to the brave men and women in our military who were sent there, many of them not returning, many of them who paid the ultimate sacrifice. Let me, Mr. Speaker, thank each and every one of them who have given so much to secure peace in Afghanistan. As we exit Afghanistan, it is our forces that have to go back to facilitate our departure, putting themselves on the front line once again. It is little wonder that so many of our service personnel and their families are asking what was our involvement in Afghanistan for. We have let Afghanistan down by the nature of our departure, but we've also let down our military. We should salute each and every one of them. They are right to be angry at the political failure. We owe that inquiry too to the many professionals and volunteers who were led to believe that they were there to support the Afghan people in building their nation. And we owe it to the future that such a massive foreign policy failure is never again repeated. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Afghanistan did not go from relative stability to chaos overnight. The current situation is an acceleration of an existing state of affairs in which the UK, the US and the Afghan governments were seemingly unaware. The exit strategy wasn't properly planned, so it appears that the only people who were planning were the Taliban. There remain so many massive questions for the Prime Minister and his government. How did 300,000 men of the Afghan National Defence and Security Forces seemingly vanish overnight? Why was so much trust placed in an Afghan government that equally disintegrated the moment that foreign troops left? Why didn't the UK government push for a United Nations-led exit strategy rather than silently sitting on the sidelines as the US made their decisions? Although history may well cast the final verdict on many of these questions and decisions, we also need the answers and accountability that only a judge-led inquiry can ultimately bring. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I began my remarks by saying that we are witnessing a humanitarian emergency from afar. But the sad reality is that this isn't by any means close to the first tragedy experienced by the Afghan nation. The story of Afghanistan is a country and a people torn apart by tragedy time and time again. Over the years, great powers and vast armies have come and gone. It is the Afghan people who have always been left behind. There is sadly no evacuation and no escape from them from foreign policy failure. I am sure for many Afghan citizens, they simply see a cycle endlessly repeating itself. As an international community, we have collectively wronged these poor people for the very best part of a century. We asked the citizens of Afghanistan to work with us. We watched as girls were able to receive an education, as women were able to excel in so many fields, for a light to be lit, pointing a path to a brighter future for so many to benefit from the freedom of opportunity. That light has been extinguished. The future for so many women and girls is one of a dark, foreboding future. We have let them down. It is now time to do the right thing, for those deserving and in need of our aid and our support. Now is the moment to act. Now is the moment for leadership. Well done.
Could I just suggest, I'm starting with the 7-minute limit. Please try and think of others to try and see if you can shorten your speech to try and get as many in today. We start with Sir Peter Bottomley. Sir Peter.
While the best still apply to join our Royal Navy, the Army, the Royal Marines and the Royal Air Force, we can have hope for the future. We weep for the losses, we acknowledge mistakes, we will remember them. When I, like other MPs, visited our armed forces in Iraq, Afghanistan, the Falklands and the former Yugoslavia, I was with ordinary people working together to achieve remarkable results of significance to us and often of life-saving importance to others. Those who were here on the Saturday debate during the Falklands, I think, found a rather different style of debate when people were united in what we ought to try to achieve. As Enoch Powell said, the reason to intervene in the Falklands not was guaranteed to succeed, but it was capable of success. That wouldn't have been the case if we were trying to resist, say, China taking Hong Kong. Our experience in Afghanistan in the 19th century and in the 20 years conflict has now come to an end will make people think whether what was aimed for in Afghanistan after the initial targets were achieved was going to have an end which could be happy or content. I don't think it was an example of trying to resist nationalism because the forces within Afghanistan are multifarious and have great histories which I won't go into now. The second debate, which I've read up on and a number of times during my parliamentary service, is the Norway debate, where again there were some speeches of most remarkable intelligence and experience, and others which frankly I think people should have been slightly ashamed of. We have to learn that what this Parliament can do, which is not to be government, but to try to question government, support government where appropriate, get them to change at times. And on the question of whether there should be an inquiry, I think it would be interesting to hear the views of the Chairman of the Select Committee for Defence and Select Committee for Foreign Affairs, either today or at some other time, because I think that would be useful. I don't want to spend too much time because I want to make up some of the time that was used by the right honourable gentleman, my friend from the SNP, who, when he said he was concentrating, seemed to have lost his concentration once or twice, and when he said he was being wound up, some of us thought he ought to be wound down. I think the key issue are obvious. What happens now, what is happening now, and then what lessons can be learned. But what is happening now, the reports given by ministers, both in this House and to members of Parliament across the Chamber, are important and valuable. Please will those continue. What can happen will be determined in large part by those who are presently in command in Afghanistan. Whether they control Afghanistan is a separate issue. But I think that people may look back and say that the speed of transition in the end might have been better than a prolonged start to a civil war, but that's in the future. We can't judge that, and I'm not going to try to do that. I end by saying this. If we decide we're not going to get involved in world affairs, the world will be worse. If we decide that we're going to have the capability to work with others when we can, and occasionally on our own, that's fine. But as Parliament, we ought to be aware that we probably made a mistake in backing government over one of the Iraq wars. In my view, we certainly made a mistake in not backing government over Syria. And if you compare the number of people who died in Syria, the refugees around the world, and compare that with Afghanistan, I think we probably should be ashamed of our vote then over Syria. Mr. Speaker, I stop now as an example to others.
We come to Right Honourable Harriet Harman.
And to strongly agree with what was said by the Leader of the Opposition, and to agree too with what was said by the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, who speaks with the experience of having served as Prime Minister, and particularly what she said about the threat of terrorism and the need to fully reinstate our aid budget, the issues for NATO and the proud legacy of our troops. Mr. Speaker, we've all looked on in horror as the events in Afghanistan have unfolded, and I join everyone who's urging the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary to do everything they can to help UK nationals, including my constituents, who are stranded and in hiding in Kabul and desperately needing to get back home to the UK. And we urgently need to evacuate those who worked with us and feel thereby that they are vulnerable and to whom we have a moral obligation. The government is setting up a refugee resettlement programme, and I would urge the government to make a realistic and generous assessment of the scale of the need and to work with all those local authorities who want to play their part in giving a warm welcome to those who are fleeing. And they need to work, of course, with NATO countries and more widely on an international resettlement programme. But we need to think about those who can't or don't want to leave, particularly women and girls. When the Taliban were last in control, there were literally no girls in school. Now, or at least up until the Taliban took over again, 40% of school children are girls. So there has, over the last 20 years, been a whole generation of girls who've been educated and a whole cohort of young women who've been able to work and want to continue to. When the Taliban were last in control, there were no women in public life, no women to speak up for other women. Women were silenced. Now there are 69 women Afghan MPs. Indeed, 3 years ago, one of them, Eli Ershad, came to this chamber to participate from that front bench, to participate in our Women MPs of the World Conference and was welcomed by the former Prime Minister to number 10 Downing Street. The President has fled, but Eli is staying in Kabul with her daughters, in solidarity, she says, with her people. What courage! The Afghan army has retreated, but so many Afghan women are standing their ground. All those women politicians and activists are determined not to let the progress of the last 2 decades be crushed. They now face great jeopardy, and I know the whole House and the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary will express publicly our solidarity with and admiration for Afghan women MPs who, as parliamentary pioneers, having stepped forward into public life to make a reality of democracy for that half of the population of Afghanistan who are women and girls, now, in the face of such an uncertain future, are determined to protect and defend those rights. And as to what we can do, I would say, don't just listen to the male leaders about what we need to do for women. I would say to the Foreign Secretary, don't just speak to the men. Pick up the phone to those women, Afghan MPs. Ask them what we can do to support women and girls in Afghanistan, and then do it.
Sorry, who have you given way to?
No, she's finished. She's finished.
You've finished? Oh, right, let's move.
Yeah, move on, move on.
Have you finished? Right. Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many veterans, this last week has been one that has seen me struggle through anger and grief and rage, the feeling of abandonment of not just a country, but the sacrifice that my friends made. I've been to funerals from Poole to Dunblane. I've watched good men go into the earth, taking with them a part of me and a part of all of us. And this week has torn open some of those wounds, left them raw, left us all hurting. And I know it's not just soldiers. I know aid workers and diplomats who feel the same. I know journalists who've been the witnesses to our country in its heroic effort to save people from the most horrific fates. I know that we've all been struggling. And if this recall has done one thing, let me tell you now, Mr. Speaker, it's achieved one thing already. I've spoken to the Health Secretary, who's already made a commitment to do more for veterans' mental health. Yeah. This isn't just about us. The mission in Afghanistan wasn't a British mission, it was a NATO mission. It was a recognition that globalization has changed us all. The phone calls that I am still receiving, the text messages that I've been answering as I've been waiting, putting people in touch with our people in Afghanistan, reminds us that we are connected. We are connected still today, and Afghanistan is not a far country about which we know little. It is part of the main. That connection links us also to our European partners, to our European neighbours, and to our international friends. And so it is with great sadness that I now criticise one of them. Because I was never prouder than when I was decorated by the 82nd Airborne after the capture of Musakala. It was a huge privilege to be recognised by such an extraordinary unit in combat. To see their Commander-in-Chief call into question the courage of men I fought with, to claim that they ran. It's shameful. Those who have never fought for the colours they fly should be careful about criticising those who have. Yeah. Because what we've done in these last few days is we've demonstrated that it's not armies that win wars. Armies can get tactical victories and operational victories that can hold a line. They can just about make room for peace, make room for people like us to talk, to compromise, to listen. It's nations that make war. Nations endure. Nations mobilize and muster. Nations determine and have patience. And here we've demonstrated, sadly, that we, the West, the United Kingdom, does not. Now, this is a harsh lesson for all of us. And if we're not careful, it could be a very, very difficult lesson for our allies. But it doesn't need to be. We can set out a vision, clearly articulated, for reinvigorating our European NATO partners, to make sure that we are not dependent on a single ally, on the decision of a single leader, but that we can work together with Japan and Australia, with France and Germany, with partners large and small, and make sure that we hold the line together. Because we know that patience wins. We know it because we have achieved it. We know it because we have delivered it. The Cold War was won with patience. Cyprus is at peace with patience. South Korea, with more than 10 times the number of troops that America had in Afghanistan, is prosperous through patience. So let's stop talking about forever wars. Let's recognise that forever peace is bought not cheaply, but hard, through determination and the will to endure. And that the tragedy of Afghanistan is that we're swapping that patient achievement for a second fire and a second war. Now we need to turn our attention to those who are in desperate need, supporting the UNHCR, the World Food Programme, and so many other organisations who can do so much for people in the region. Yes, supporting refugees, of course I support refugees, though I'm not going to get into the political auction of numbers. We just need to get people out. So I leave with one image. In the year that I was privileged to be the advisor to the Governor of Helmand, we opened girls' schools. And the joy it gave parents to see their little girls going to school was extraordinary, and I didn't understand it until I took my own daughter to school about a year ago. And there was a lot of crying when she first went in, but I got over it and it went okay. And I would love to see that continue. But there is a second image I must leave you with, and it is a harder one. But I'm afraid it is one that I think we must all remember.
Only for a minute. And I wonder if you could say a bit more about that second image.
I'm very grateful to my friend who was watching the clock more than me. The second image is one that the forever war that has just reignited could lead to. It is the image of a man whose name I never knew, carrying a child who had died hours earlier, carrying this child into our firebase and begging for help. Now, there was nothing we could do. It was over. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is what defeat looks like. It's when you no longer have the choice as to how to help. This doesn't need to be defeat, but at the moment, damn well feels like it.
Ed Davey. This is a very serious debate. It's a very emotive and a very important speech. We've got to recognise we've got to get through. Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, it's a genuine honour to follow the member for Tunbridge and Malling. And can I thank him on behalf of the whole House and the whole country, not just for his powerful speech today, but for his service, and the service of men and women in our armed forces who showed his courage in Afghanistan. And can I agree with him wholeheartedly that if we are going to look forward, we need to work with our international partners in Europe and across the world. We need to forge new relationships and not be over-dependent on one ally, however important and powerful that ally is. And the failure to do that, indeed, the backward steps that this government has taken in that regard in recent years, is one of the reasons why our nation is weaker today than it has been for far too long. And we are deeply proud of our armed forces, our diplomats and our aid workers who've done so much in Afghanistan. So it has been heartbreaking to listen to the families, particularly the 457 British soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice, asking the question in the last few days, what was it all for? And to listen to veterans remembering their comrades, like Captain James Kyle, who made 2 tours of duty in Afghanistan, who said on Sunday, after years and years of incredibly hard work from remarkable armed services in the country, I don't know how I could ever look the parents of fallen soldiers in the eye and say that what they did was worth it. So I want to ask the Prime Minister today, will he look our injured veterans and the families of the fallen in the eye and tell them it was worth it, now after his foreign policy catastrophe? For Mr. Speaker, the American decision to withdraw wasn't just a mistake, it was an avoidable mistake. From President Trump's flawed deal with the Taliban to President Biden's decision to proceed, and to proceed in such a disastrous way. The human impact on the lives of millions of Afghans, especially women, especially refugees, is the most obvious and alarming consequence. But the impact on global politics and on Britain's own national security will be so negative that I fear this mistake will impact the lives of millions around the world for years to come. Mr. Speaker, coalition forces were in Afghanistan for the protection and security of American and British people, just as much as for Afghans. And for well over 7 years, coalition forces have not been doing the vast bulk of the fighting. The Afghan army has. And so, like others, when I heard President Biden blame Afghans for not fighting for their country, I couldn't believe it. He showed no awareness that over 69,000 Afghan forces have been killed. But, Mr. Speaker, I can't hold President Biden to account in this House, but I can hold our own government to account. For our Prime Minister and his Cabinet cannot escape their culpability for this disaster, for both the mistaken decision to withdraw and how that withdrawal has turned into such a catastrophe. From the Prime Minister's self-evident lack of influence and clout in Washington, to his negligent inability, yet again, to master his brief and plan properly for the withdrawal. Today's occupant of number 10 has become a national liability. And if the Prime Minister wants to dispel this growing view of him, let him answer the following questions. What role did the British government play in the negotiations with the Taliban that led to President Trump's flawed deal with them? Did the Prime Minister raise any concerns with President Biden about the wisdom of withdrawal from Afghanistan? And what impact, if he did he have in changing anything about President Biden's policy? Mr. Speaker, either Prime Minister has a close relationship with the US but failed to exploit it, or he has no close relationship and nothing to put in his place. His foreign policy is, frankly, a total disaster. And when it comes to Britain's withdrawal planning, can the Prime Minister explain why he so misjudged the situation in Afghanistan that he told this House back on the 8th of July, and I quote, "I do not think the Taliban are capable of victory by military means." Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister appears to have had no understanding of the security and defence situation in Afghanistan as recently as last month. Despite being warned in this House and elsewhere that the Taliban would move rapidly on Kabul, his failures, along with President Biden's, have led directly to the crisis unfolding before our eyes. Afghans who've risked everything to help our soldiers and aid workers, desperate now for our help to escape. Refugees fleeing in fear of their lives. Women and girls seeing their futures stolen. Mr. Speaker, last night's announcement the government is willing to take only 5,000 refugees in the next year utterly fails to respond to this crisis or to meet our obligations to so many Afghans. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there's the frightening failure to achieve the aim of this whole mission, the aim of keeping British people safe from international terrorists trained in Taliban Afghanistan. Where is the work-through strategy, internationally agreed, to prevent Afghanistan returning to the vector of terrorism it once was? Mr. Speaker, there isn't one. Despite the government having 18 months to prepare, this government has not prepared a counter-terrorism strategy with our allies. And I guess that's why this Prime Minister won't ever be able to look the families of the fallen in the eye.
Tobias Selwood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't often mention my brother, Jonathan, who was killed by Al-Qaeda affiliate in Bali in 2002. It prompted my personal interest in Afghanistan, a distant country I would visit a dozen times over the last 2 decades, to better understand what we were doing to help rebuild this troubled country. And I pay tribute to our armed forces for what they did and what the Defence Secretary and the armed forces are doing today in the evacuation. So it's with utter disbelief seeing us make such an operational and strategic blunder by retreating at this time. A decision that's already triggering a humanitarian disaster, a migrant crisis not seen since the Second World War, and a cultural change in rights to women, and once again, turning Afghanistan into a breeding ground for terrorism. I'm sorry there's no vote here today, because I believe the government would not have the support of the House. The Prime Minister is not in his place, but he says the future of Afghanistan is not written. Well, the future is very much more unpredictable because of our actions. And do not believe for a second that this will be a peaceful transition to the Taliban. It's not universally liked in the country. The Uzbeks and Tajiks warlords are regrouping as we speak. The Northern Alliance will reform once again, and a bloody, terrible civil war will unfold. I will.
Does he have any advice for the government on how it could take action to try and prevent the recurrence of a terrorist threat under Taliban control?
Well, this is my fear. that there will be an attack on the likes of 9/11 to bookend what happened 20 years ago, to show the futility of 20 years. We should never have left, and I'll come on to that in a second. Because after 20 years of effort, this is a humiliating strategic defeat for the West. The Taliban now control more of the territory today than they did before 9/11. Now, I was born in the United States. I'm a proud dual national. I'm passionate about the Transatlantic Security Alliance. And prior to declaring his candidacy, I worked directly with President Biden on veterans' mental health issues. He was the keynote speaker at a veterans' reception here in the House of Commons as my guest. So it gives me no joy to criticise the President and say the decision to withdraw, which he inherited but then chose to endorse, was absolutely the wrong call. Yes, 2 decades is a long time. It's been a testing chapter for Afghanistan. So the US election promise to return troops was obviously a popular one, but it was a false narrative. Firstly, the notion that we gave the Afghans every opportunity over 20 years to progress, and the country can't be helped forever, so it's time to come home. That glosses over the hurdles, the own goals that we created after the invasion. We denied the Taliban a seat at the table back in 2001. They asked to attend the bomb talks, but Donald Rumsfeld said no. So they crossed to the Pakistan border to rearm and regroup and retrain. How different the last 2 decades would have been had they been included. And secondly, the Afghan forces themselves. We didn't start training the Afghan forces until 2005, by which time the Taliban were already on the advance. And then finally, we imposed a Western model of governance, completely inappropriate for Afghanistan, where all the power was in Kabul. Completely wrong for a country where loyalty is on a tribal and local level. This is not to dismiss the mass corruption, the cronyism and the elitism that is rife across Afghanistan. But these schoolboy errors in stabilisation hampered progress and made our mission harder. There's also the notion that we can't fight a war forever. We've not been fighting for the last 3 years. The US and the UK have not lost a single soldier. But we had a minimalist force there, enough assistance to give the Afghan forces the ability to contain the Taliban and, by extension, legitimacy to the Afghan government. The US have more personnel based in its embassy here than it had troops in Afghanistan before retreating. But both the US and the UK have long-term commitments across the world, which we forget about. Japan, Germany, Korea has already been mentioned. Djibouti, Niger, Jordan, Iraq, ourselves in Cyprus, and Kenya, for example, the Falklands too. It's the endurance that counts. Success is not rated on when you return troops home. This presence offers assurance, it represents commitment, it bolsters regional stability, and it assists with building and strengthening the armed forces. This is exactly what we were doing in Afghanistan. And last year, the Taliban were finally at the negotiation table in Doha. But in a rush to get a result, Trump struck a deal with the Taliban, by the way, without the inclusion of the Afghan government, and committed a timetable for drawdown. And all the Taliban had to do was wait. And the final question about whether the UK can lead or participate in a coalition without the US, well, where is our foreign policy determined? Here or in Washington? Our government should have more confidence in itself. Very briefly.
I'm grateful to the honourable member, and he's making perfectly reasonable and justified criticisms of the way the American government have come to the decision to leave in such haste. But like a number of other honourable and right honourable members, the implication of his speech is somehow we could have had an independent Afghan policy without the Americans. Can he explain how?
Well, firstly, the Americans are not leaving Afghanistan. This is a complete myth. The CIA will remain there, as will special forces and the drone oversight as well. Why? Because they'll be haunted by another terrorist attack. It's the political inclination, it's the leadership that is disappearing because of an American president or 2 American presidents. And that's where we could have stepped forward and filled the vacuum, but we didn't. We need to have more confidence as a government in ourselves, as we did, in fact, in the last century. Illustrated, I thought this was what was in our DNA. We have the means, the hard power, the connections to lead. What we require is the backbone, the courage, the leadership to step forward. Yet when our moment comes, such as this, we are found wanting. We have some serious questions to ask about our place in the world, what global Britain really means, and what our foreign policy is all about. We must raise our game. Why? Step back. We seem to be in denial about where the world is going. As I've said in this House many times, threats are increasing. Democracy across the globe is under threat. Authoritarianism is on the rise, and yet here we are complicit in allowing another dictatorship to form as we become more isolationist. Tell me, what was the G7 summit all about? A Western reset to tackle growing instability, not least China, Russia, and Iran? Take a look at the map. Where does Afghanistan sit? Right between all three. Strategically, a useful country to stay close to. Now we've abandoned it, and the Afghan people as well. Shame on us. I hope the government thinks long and hard about our place in a fast-changing world. Bigger challenges, bigger threats loom over the horizon. We are currently woefully unprepared and uncommitted. We, the UK and the West, have so many lessons to be learned. I repeat my call for an independent inquiry. We must learn these lessons quickly. The West is today a little more weaker and the world a little more dangerous because we gave up on Afghanistan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, can I pay my respects to all those military personnel who have lost their lives, all those who are still under the trauma of mental health, all those who are still suffering from lifelong injuries that are sustained, and all those diplomats, all those journalists, and 69,000 Afghani soldiers who have lost their lives during the last 20 years. We went into 2001 into Afghanistan to say to the people, we're going to get rid of this military, this medieval regime, and we're going to bring you up to speed on what we believe your living standards, your education, and your living systems and styles should be. We promised all those women, that they could move forward. They could be judges. They could be politicians. They could be teachers. They could learn. They could do what we can do. They could do everything that they were to do. And that was the right thing to do, because they should be able to do that. But now, all those women, all those judges who wanted to put the system right in Afghanistan, will they still be able to do that? The Taliban are saying that we will treat everybody fairly, but under jurisprudence, Islamic jurisprudence. Does anybody understand what Islamic jurisprudence is? It's applied by individuals, Mr. Speaker. It's applied by those people that are in charge at that place. It is applied by those people who sit in judgment. Their jurisprudence can be different from anybody else in that area. So when we say, okay, well, they've given us these guarantees, we need to look at what those guarantees will mean to those women and how they're going to be treated. Over the last 12 years, we've taken no real action in Afghanistan. The Obama government dithered as to what they wanted to do. The Trump government didn't know what it was doing and tried to do backdoor deals and did backdoor deals with the Taliban. The Biden government has just come in and, without looking at what's going on the ground, has decided to take a unilateral decision, throwing us and everybody else to the fire, and decided to withdraw in a manner that no military person of any rank would perceive fit in the arena that those people are serving in. What we did wrong during that period, and as the Right Honourable Lady from Maidenhead and the Right Honourable Member for Bournemouth East said, we didn't understand the government. We didn't understand how they worked. Afghanistan has never been part of Kabul as an only entity. Of those people who ran the government that we placed in, totally corrupt, hardly any mandate, and were there for themselves. As we've seen, as the current president has run away, leaving all those brave women to stay and believe in what they believe in. That is the government that we supported. Had we looked at the regional possibilities, had we looked at the regional government and what was going on, the regional warlords, the regions, what they were playing at, we would have understood what the force of the Taliban was. We would have understood what their training was. We would have understood how many people that had been gathering in their ranks. We didn't do that. And that is why we're suffering these consequences. President Biden has decided to pull out because he doesn't believe there now is a direct threat to the US. I don't know where he's got that intelligence from, but let's see how that goes. But what he needs to understand is this is not just about the terrorist threats emanating from Afghanistan. This is also about the economic war in the region that is going on. By vacating Afghanistan, by not speaking to its neighbor Pakistan, he will now provide a clear corridor for China and Russia to come through. And that is the one thing that is not about a 20-year-long war. That is about the current situation, the economy, and the position of that geographic area. And I hope that he would understood that, but unfortunately, I don't think he's managed to understand that. Just very quickly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of refugees. First of all, what we need to do is to ensure that those refugees currently fleeing into Pakistan, hundreds of thousands of people are crossing that border. The Prime Minister didn't once mention what relationship he has, what work he's doing, what support he's going to give to that region, to Pakistan, to speak to them about what to do. Because if we don't support those refugees, if we don't understand what's going on, then what will happen is that those people will be left to all those people traffickers who are out there exploiting them, children losing their lives in the seas, and God knows where else, because we need to coordinate this. We know enough about this, and we need to be able to move forward and not have the mistakes that we already made. We need to work this properly, look to the region, support the people at the source, and resolve these issues, and not leave it to the very end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for calling me in this debate. And I just want to make three really broad points about what has gone on over the last week. I want to talk about responsibility. I want to talk about this place's responsibility towards those who serve. I want to talk about our Afghan friends and our Afghan partners. And I also want to speak to and for, if I can, a number of veterans of that conflict who I've spoken to over the last week. When it comes to responsibility, can I just urge ministers to be very careful around talking exclusively about the Americans? We are very clear, and it is well understood, that they are the framework nation, or were the framework nation in Afghanistan. But people who join the military from council estates in Plymouth, Newcastle, Stoke, Birmingham, they do not serve the American flag. They serve the British flag. Absolutely. They're proud to do so. They do it at the behest of ministers in this place. And it dishonours their service to simply say the Americans have left, we are leaving. We do not spend £40 billion a year on a tier 1 military to be unable to go out the door without the Americans. And the taxpayer does not expect that. And I would urge ministers to take responsibility for the decisions they make, particularly when talking with the families. I want to talk about our Afghan friends and partners. And I'm pleased with the announcement today around refugees. it's a good start. Okay, people can talk numbers, they can say we want more, we want less. Okay, the reality is, it's basic maths, right? We are not going to get everyone out of Afghanistan who we promised to. Okay, so we can say we want more, we can say we want less. But the truth is as well, we have to be honest in this place. Okay, and campaigners have for many, many years campaigned against this relocation scheme, the previous intimidation scheme, and said it wasn't good enough. Okay, and ministers in this House have made decisions that has made it harder for them to come. So whilst I welcome this change today and our onward progression, let's not kid ourselves about what has happened in the past and treat those who are campaigning for these people of no self-interest of their own with perhaps a little bit more respect than they currently get at the moment. But finally, I do want to speak to veterans and for veterans if I can. And it's clear to me in the last few days, and Help for Heroes put out something yesterday, okay, these are new feelings. These are new feelings that we are not trained to deal with. We're not trained to lose, and we're not trained for ministers to, in a way, choose to be defeated by the Taliban. Was it all for nothing? Of course it wasn't for nothing, okay? And we have to get away from this narrative. You know, for a period of time, whether we like it or not, for a period of time, okay, Afghans, the average age in Afghanistan, 18 years old, they will have experienced a freedom and privileges that we enjoy here, and no one will ever take that away from them. And that's incredibly important. And what are we here to do if it's not to be good, honourable people and fight for the oppressed, keep our families safe and live to a higher calling? And you did this over many years, in some of the hardest conditions, against as dark an enemy as this nation has ever faced. We often looked to our forefathers for inspiration. You emulated them. You did them proud, not in scale, but in the same amphitheatre. And you can be forever proud of what you did when the nation called. You played your role. You cannot control what is happening now. Remember that. What folk like me saw you do, the courage, the sacrifice, the humanity, will never die. And it has defined us as human beings. You did that. Nobody will ever take that away. I will never forget you. And every day the sun comes up, I will make sure this place and this country never forgets you and your sacrifice on the altar of this nation's continuing freedom. The government must now step up and support this group of bereaved families and veterans. We are going to see a bow wave of mental health challenges. We're not trained to cope with the feelings we have now. I've done everything I possibly could to support all the brilliant staff in the MOD, the Office of Veterans Affairs, the NHS, who work tirelessly supporting veterans up and down this country. But I must say to the House, with a heavy heart, the Prime Minister has consistently failed to honour what he said he would do when he was trying to become Prime Minister. The Prime Minister must not wriggle out of his commitments on this issue. The Office of Veterans Affairs is nothing like it was designed to be, and he knows that. The paltry £5 million funding slashed after less than a year. The lack of staff, not even an office to work from. Even today, the brilliant staff at the Office of Veterans Affairs simply cannot cope with the scale of the demand. And whilst his predecessors may get away with a certain degree of ignorance in this space, I'm afraid, Prime Minister, you have no excuse on this issue. It is a political choice. The ambivalence needs to end. He needs to step up and listen to the charities, listen to veterans, not those you choose to employ around you, who do not believe veterans' issues are worth the political capital required. The nation cares. We will make this government care. The scale of this challenge in dealing with this Afghan generation is only just beginning. I'd like to pay tribute to everybody who has spoken up in this debate, but particularly those who don't have a vested interest in Afghanistan and can see the inherent injustice of what is happening now. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recalling this House today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow the honourable member for Plymouth Moorview, as it was the honourable members for Bournemouth East and Plymouth and Tonbridge and Malling, all who spoke with great eloquence. Like many honourable members, I'm sure, I'm racked with a profound sadness at the catastrophe that we've seen unfolding in Afghanistan. Above all, it is an unspeakable tragedy for the people of that country, who after generations of conflict now live under a terrible cloud of fear and repression. Who could fail to be moved by the agonising scenes from Kabul airport just this week? How desperate must you have to be to want to cling onto the side of a moving aircraft? These past 20 years have been a struggle for peace. We tried to break the cycle of war, to give hope to women and girls. We tried to give the Afghans a different life, one of hope and one of opportunity. But the catastrophic failure of international political leadership and the brutality of the Taliban has snatched all of that away from them. The new administration in Kabul should know that they will be judged not by their words, but by their actions. The world is watching. Now, Mr. Speaker, I also want to reflect on the service and the sacrifice of our brave servicemen and women, who throughout showed outstanding professionalism and courage. But as the Honourable Member for Plymouth Moorview said just a moment ago, recent developments have hit them hard. They're grappling with the question about whether all of the effort, the sacrifice, was really worth it. They're again grieving for fallen comrades who didn't come home. But whatever the outcome is in Afghanistan, those men and women and their families should be proud of their service, and we must be proud of them. Now, many of us who served in Afghanistan have a deep bond of affection for the Afghan people, and I had the honour of serving alongside them in Helmand. We trained together, fought together, and in some cases we died together. They were our brothers in arms. But I shudder to think where those men are now. Many will be dead. Others, I know, now consider themselves to be dead men walking. Where were we in their hour of need? We were nowhere. And that is shameful. And it will have a very long-lasting impact on Britain's reputation right around the world. I will give way to my
My honourable friend, fellow litigator, is absolutely right in his description of the Afghan armed forces. Will he add to his comments now that many of them are more heroic and better soldiers than they're given credit for around the world?
I'd be grateful to the right honourable gentleman, as I always am. I completely agree with the point he made. It was particularly distasteful and dishonouring of President Biden to make reference to the lack of courage and commitment by those Afghan soldiers who've served with such bravery and distinction. I think we have to be pragmatic, and I think at this difficult point we have to think about what our next move is going to be. And we should understand that the character of our country is defined, for better or for worse, by moments like this. We should also understand that we are facing a moral and humanitarian crisis of enormous proportions, and the response from the international community and from the British government needs to meet the magnitude of the moment. So, step up the statecraft, engage with international allies and alliances and with regional partners, and although it is a particularly bitter pill to have to swallow, we must engage diplomatically with the new regime in Kabul. It is in our cold-headed national interest to do so, because right now our armed forces are deployed on an operation to recover UK nationals and other entitled personnel. It's in their interests that we engage to try and ensure the safe passage of those wanting to leave. But we also know that many, many more will want to get out. And with our allies, we need to work to establish safe routes to get them to safety. We must show compassion and genuine generosity to refugees, whilst accelerating and expanding the Arab scheme to support those who supported us. We also need to defend the hard-won progress over the past 20 years or so. Girls in school, women in Parliament and in the judiciary. We must ensure that Afghanistan does not slide back to where it was pre-9/11. And then, when the dust settles, we need to look at what went wrong and learn the lessons of this failure. Why, despite all of the effort, we couldn't build an Afghan state free from corruption with the legitimacy and competence to balance the competing forces within that country, and what that now means for our foreign and defence policy in this country. Regardless of all of that, we must remain engaged. We must show leadership. We must use whatever influence we have to try and make things better. That's in our own national interest. It's in line with our values, and it's the right thing to do. We owe that to the people of Afghanistan, and we owe that to ourselves.
Alicia Cairns.
It has been said that there are decades when nothing happens and weeks when decades pass, and what we are seeing in Afghanistan this week is decades and will shape the rest of my lifetime and many of ours in this room. This is a wholly preventable tragedy, Mr. Speaker, and I and many colleagues around me are so very, very angry. Our government called for NATO allies to help us build a new coalition in Afghanistan to prevent the Taliban recapturing, and we were let down. Only Turkey was willing to stand alongside us because they know what a failed state looks like. They have seen the refugees that they support. They have seen the terrorists on their doorstep. They have seen the conflict and the suffering. And it is bitterly disappointing, and there is much we must learn from this. Because the UK could not have saved all these lives on our own. And multilateral collective responsibility should mean something. And too often today, I believe that it doesn't. Now, I've spent the last few days listening to our veterans, many of whom live in Rutland and Melton. And I would like to say to them now, and many of us in this place will never truly understand the scars you carry, and we will never understand all you encountered. But all of you have left me with one request: get the people out. And that is what I have been fighting for the last few days, along with so many of my colleagues in this place. The veterans, the interpreters who supported families and identified IEDs, the female journalists fighting for their lives who've already had mines blow up their stations, and those who negotiated for their fellow Afghans against the Taliban. And I must thank the Defence Secretary, because he has been constant in his support every hour over the weekend, helping me to get these people out, so I thank him for his time. This must be our priority, getting people out, and I welcome the Prime Minister's G7-led multilateral refugee programme. We have to get non-combatant evacuations proceeding at pace. But we are only operating with the consent of the Taliban, most certainly at the airport, and that can be withdrawn at any time. So my primary concern is those safe routes to the airport. The air bridge must be operational at all times, and we must negotiate departures from not just Kabul. Land convoys must be considered humanitarian corridors. Once we get these people out, we must ensure that refugee families are welcome to our country so they can build the lives they never asked for. The kindness of the British people is great, and Melton Borough Council and Harborough District Council have both stepped up already to the plate and said they would like to take as many refugees as they can. The MOD is working with me to identify housing stock from the MOD in Rutland and across the constituency of Rutland and Melton. But I call for the government to consider creating an initiative that allows British nationals to open their homes, their spare bedrooms, their second homes to these Afghans, similar to the private sponsorship route that already exists, because the British people want to step up and help. But beyond the immediate life-saving operations, there is much we must talk about. First, the British government and the international community must recognise that the withdrawal is emblematic of a changing American posture. The comments we have seen over the last few days have rattled me to my core, and yes, you are not meant to speak ill of your friends and allies, but in this case we have no alternative but to call out the comments against our Afghan allies. The views of European allies like the UK may no longer hold the same sway in Washington as they have under this presidency, and that means we must take greater responsibility for our defence around the world. And global Britain means we must act autonomously, but through multilaterals on the world stage with other partners, and we must convince our NATO allies that we can all stand together without the Americans. Yes, they bring the kit, yes, they bring the money, yes, they bring the numbers, but this is something we can and must do. We must shift from this model of being overly reliant on the US. Thirdly, we must fix our broken international system because it is not saving lives. The UN has failed to enable a political solution. There is no meaningful method or tactics to prevent the worst excesses of the Taliban, And the system is being undermined by hostile money flooding fragile states. And there are hostile states sitting on the human rights and women's councils of all of those organisations of the multilateral world. And it is our duty as the UK to fix the international system, because we can do it. I have sat at the negotiating tables. It is the UK that brings countries together behind the scenes. It is the UK that provides the bureaucracy and systems that allow coalitions to be effective. We must recognise our unique expertise and step up. We must also look hard at our strategic goals in South Asia, because China is most certainly doing that. Their goals are securing influence against Pakistan, stripping minerals, and creating an alternative, superior diplomatic track. Their plunder diplomacy is well underway, and they're using the situation to threaten Taiwan already, saying, look what the Americans will do. They will leave you. By recognising the Taliban, China has taken the first step towards creating an alternative international mechanism, where the gravitational shift is towards them, and we must stand strong against this. I also urge caution about our posture towards the Taliban, because I must confess that I see it as simply platitudes being laid before the international community, little more than a tactic to allow the Taliban to consolidate their control, to avoid sanctions, keep the aid money rolling in, root out all those on their hit list and avoid UN Security Council measures. Perhaps I'm wrong, but Pashtun Wali tells us that Taliban intent includes justice or revenge as one of the core tenets of their society and way of life. We must also adequately monitor al-Qaeda. The human cost of this withdrawal is monumental, but the strategic consequences risk being so much greater if we do not learn the lessons of the last few decades. We must properly focus on atrocity prevention. The new conflict centre, which I fought for, must lead our way in deciding how we become more strategic. We cannot be everywhere in this world, and we cannot rescue every mission, but we can work on two core principles. The first is to protect our nation, protect our people, and protect our prosperity. And we must be single-minded in our focus on this and incredibly strategic. And the second must be to live up to our promises, so we can look those in the eye to whom we've made promises, to whom our veterans made promises, and stand squarely behind them. I think we can't go wrong if this guides us in our foreign policy. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to thank our armed forces and our border staff and our Foreign Office staff and Sir Laurie Bristow for the heroic work they are doing to get people out. I've worked in the crisis centre. I know the hours they're working. We are so grateful to all they are doing, putting their lives at risk for the duty and responsibilities of this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, we speak today in a changed world, and I have no doubt that we will open our hearts to the people of Afghanistan, and together this House must mourn those who are left behind and those who will not make it already. But our singular purpose has to be atrocity prevention in the future, recognising where the threats to this country lie, making sure we are single-minded in our focus of challenging those and protecting our people, and making sure that the world that has become darker this week and more uncertain is one where at least we know the light which we will follow ourselves. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Diane Abbott. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We in this House have all seen, and our constituents have all seen, the chaos and the speed of the Taliban takeover. And one of the questions we have to address today and in days to come is how did it happen and what lessons are to be learned. But the points I wanted to make this afternoon were about the people that, as a British people, we cannot let down. First of all, we cannot let down the British veterans who over 20 years fought in Afghanistan, particularly in Helmand, one of the most dangerous provinces to fight in, I understand. And I can do no better than quote Jack Cummings, who's been quoted in recent days. He's a former British soldier who lost both legs on August the 14th, 2010, searching for improvised explosive devices in Afghanistan. And he said a few simple sentences, but they're worth repeating. He said, "Was it worth it?" And he replied to his own question, "Probably not." He asked, "Did I lose my legs for nothing?" And he replied to his own question, looks like it. And then finally he said, did my mates die in vain? And he replied to his own question, yep. We as a House of Commons, we as a Parliament, should not, cannot let down Jack Cummings and those 457 British soldiers that died in Afghanistan. So this debate, which we're having this afternoon, we are going to have to continue as a Parliament to understand the lessons to be learnt from what is happening to Afghanistan at the present time. The other people we can't let down are the people of Afghanistan. The people of Afghanistan. We know how many of them have died, and we know that even as we speak today, there are women and girls in their homes or hiding or running away who are frightened for their future, even frightened for their prospects, frightened for their lives under this Taliban regime. And with everything we do, with the political solution, with the debate, with discussion, with the talk with NATO allies, we have to have the future for these Afghanistan women and girls at the centre of what we are talking about and what we are trying to do. Because in this past 20 years, it's not just that 457 British veterans died, though that's very tragic, and that's why I mentioned it. But we gave these women and girls hope. We gave these women and girls hope of a better future. We gave these women and girls hope of the prospects that women and girls all over the world, including here in Britain, have. And we cannot just sit back and have them see that hope snatched away. So we cannot let down the people of Afghanistan, and we cannot let down those women and girls. And finally, we cannot let down the refugees that we know will be pouring out of Afghanistan. Now, the debate on refugees in the British Parliament is sometimes a little complex, sometimes a little difficult. Sometimes people have more to say about the burden of refugees than our moral responsibility to refugees. But as someone who was in this House 20 years ago when we voted on an adjournment for this military intervention, we have an extraordinary moral responsibility to these refugees. We have a responsibility to towns and cities all over this country, in Scotland, who may well need more support from government, more finance from government, but we cannot let down those refugees. Our political and moral responsibility is too great. So it's been tragic to see the chaos of the Taliban takeover. But if we do the right thing by our veterans, the right thing by the Afghan people, and the right thing by refugees, we can at least, as a country, know that we have followed on from the initiative we took 20 years ago to intervene in that region in order to bear down on terrorism and disorder. I didn't vote for the intervention in Afghanistan 20 years ago. I'm afraid it was foreseeable that it would end like this. But it is not inevitable that we as a country, that this as a parliament, will not do the right thing. So I urge colleagues on both sides of the House to address the important issues that have been raised today so we can go forward in pride and in confidence of our own understanding of our moral responsibilities.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
In his speech of self-justification after the collapse of Kabul, President Biden reduced a complex military issue to only two stark alternatives. It was a gross oversimplification for him to pose a devil's dilemma between either a massive troop surge on a never-ending basis or a ruthless, chaotic and dishonourable departure. Ruthless because people who trusted NATO will pay a terrible price. Chaotic because of a lack of foresight to plan an orderly and properly protected departure. Dishonourable because even if our open-ended nation-building micromanagement strategy was wrong, as I think it was, in 20 years we created expectations and obligations which those who relied on us had a right to expect us to fulfil, as the Right Honourable Lady has just said for Hackney North. It has been pointed out correctly that for 20 years, NATO operations in Afghanistan succeeded in preventing further al-Qaeda attacks on the West being launched under Taliban protection. That was indeed the key outcome. But unless we choose a better future strategy, the threat of its reversal is all too real. Not only may sanctuary again be offered on Afghan soil to lethal international terrorists, but other Islamist states may also decide to follow suit. So how should we have handled a country like Afghanistan when it served as a base and a launch pad for al-Qaeda, and how should we deal with such situations in the future? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are my personal views on a defence issue unrelated to the work of the ISC on intelligence and security. But for the past 10 years, much often to the dismay of my parliamentary colleagues both inside this chamber and outside, I've argued that a form of containment rather than counterinsurgency is the only practical answer to international terrorist movements sheltered and sponsored by rogue regimes like the Taliban. Containment, as older colleagues will remember, was the policy which held the Soviet Union in check throughout the Cold War until its empire imploded and its ideology was discredited. Islamist extremism has a subversive reach similar to that of revolutionary communism, and our task is to keep them at bay until they collapse completely or evolve into tolerant or at least tolerable alternative doctrines. In Afghanistan, the task of overthrowing the Taliban and driving al-Qaeda into exile was quickly accomplished in 2001, and at that point NATO arrived at a fork in the road. The option, as we know, which was selected, was an open-ended commitment to impose a Western version of democracy and protect it indefinitely in a country which had a strong sense of its own political and social culture and which was known to be politically allergic to foreign intervention. Yet there was another option available to Western strategists in response to the 9/11 attacks. Having achieved our immediate objectives of putting al-Qaeda to flight and punishing the Taliban, we should have announced that we were completely removing our forces but would promptly return by land and air to repeat the process if international terrorist groups were again detected in Afghanistan. When the Taliban regain full territorial control, they will lose their shield of invisibility. If they then choose to pose or facilitate a renewed threat, a terrorist threat to Western security, they should expect both their leadership and their military capability to be hit hard by our mobile land and air forces. That cycle would be repeated until the threat was removed, but we should not and would not allow our forces to be sucked in again. And I will.
Most grateful to my right honourable friend giving way, and he makes some very important points. And has the game changed slightly, though, from the position he lays, that with the immediate recognition by China and Russia of the Taliban government, being permanent members of the Security Council may make it very difficult to get any UN-led action in the way that my right honourable friend describes?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, but of course this was a NATO intervention, and it is to NATO that we have to look when serious threats to international security, particularly affecting Western interests, are concerned. But the point about this is its flexibility, because Al-Qaeda itself is very flexible. And an active containment policy of this sort can track and match the flexibility of the terrorists. Such a policy depends upon the maintenance of integrated and highly mobile land forces pre-positioned in regional strategic base and bridgehead areas, SBBAs.
Grateful. In his capacity as chairman of the Intelligence and Security Committee of this House, given what he's just said, it does require for that strategy to be successful excellent intelligence and a good analysis of it so ministers can make sound decisions. In this case, I fear that hasn't been the case. Does his committee have any plans to investigate the intelligence failures that have taken place in this case so that we can deliver the strategy he's so excellently setting out?
Well, I'm glad my right honourable friend approves of the strategy, but I said earlier this is a speech by me on defence in my capacity, if anything, as a former chairman of the Defence Committee. I'm not in a position at this stage to say anything publicly about what the ISC might or might not agree to do, but obviously his suggestion is pertinent. So the point about strategic base and bridgehead areas is that they contain integrated forces which are ready to strike, then to withdraw, then to strike again whenever and wherever needed. In Afghanistan, or in any other susceptible state which becomes what our Defence Secretary and now our Prime Minister have rightly described as breeding grounds for Al-Qaeda or similar international terrorist groups, proportionate military initiatives would be taken and interventions made without undue logistical complexity and without getting sucked in to full-scale counterinsurgency campaigning in the host countries whilst the terrorists redirect their efforts to neighbouring countries, leaving us mired in the original countries from which they operate. Active containment is the hard-headed solution to an otherwise intractable dilemma: whether to allow terrorists to attack us with impunity, or whether to shoulder the unending burden of indefinitely occupying every reckless rogue state which shelters and supports them. So it's okay for people to say, well, this is over, there's no way, we're not going back into Afghanistan. I don't want to be here in years or months to come when there has been another spectacular Al-Qaeda type of attack on a Western country and people are looking around once again for a strategy if we are in a situation, as it seems that we are, when the President of the United States can only see total withdrawal on one side or endless commitment on the other. There is a flexible middle way, and it is an adaptation of the way in which we successfully saw off our Cold War confrontation. It worked then in a very different context. It would work now in this context too.
There are obviously a great many colleagues who are trying to catch my eye, so after the next contribution, I will have to reduce the time limit to 5 minutes. Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And today, as we look on at the situation in Afghanistan, we think first and foremost of the plight of the people of that beleaguered country. And I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is my view that today is not a day for political point scoring. It is a day for this House to reflect on what we need to do as a Parliament and a government to respond to this crisis. And whilst people have made valid points in this debate, and I respect that, I think that the people in Afghanistan, the people who are in desperation at Kabul airport, don't want to hear our point scoring. They want to know what we're going to do to help them. And that is what we must turn our mind to. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to pay tribute today as have other right honourable members, to our brave servicemen and women and others who have served our countries, and to those in particular who have sacrificed their lives in Afghanistan. And I want to recall in particular the 9 service personnel from Northern Ireland who gave their lives in Afghanistan during operations there. And I am going to name those individuals because I think it is worthy that we remember who these people are and their families at this time. Channing Day, a young woman killed in action from Cumber in County Down. David Dalzell, 20 years old, from Bangor in County Down. Aaron McCormick, 22 years old, from McCosquin in County Londonderry. Stephen McKee, 27 years old, from Banbridge in County Down. Nigel Moffat, 29 years old, from Belfast. David Patton, 38, from Akadui in County Antrim. Neil Turkington, 26, from Craigavon in County Armagh. And in my own constituency, Stephen Walker, from Lisburn, 42 years old. And Captain Mark Hale, 42 years old, from Dramara in County Down. Almost all of the counties in Northern Ireland, indeed probably all of them, represented by that roll call. We're very proud of our armed forces and the fact that during the campaign in Afghanistan, more reserve forces from Northern Ireland were deployed from our region than from any other part of the United Kingdom. The willingness of our men and women to give up their time to volunteer to serve in our armed forces needs also to be recognised. And we support them. And I certainly don't adhere to the view that their sacrifice was in vain. And we applaud what they have done, even though now we look upon political failure in Afghanistan. We need to learn the lessons from that, Madam Deputy Speaker. We need to understand what has gone wrong. But first and foremost, we must look to the humanitarian assistance that is now urgently required, and especially to those men and women who supported our armed forces in Afghanistan. And I've, like many in this House, have had veterans contact me, knowing interpreters, civilian staff who worked in Camp Bastion, in other military bases occupied by the British Armed Forces, desperate to know what we're going to do to help those men and women who now face, well, goodness knows what plight they may suffer at the hands of the Taliban. We need to step up now. As they stepped up for us during this war in Afghanistan, we now must step up for them and offer them sanctuary, these courageous people and their families. We need also to consider, Madam Deputy Speaker, the plight of religious minorities, to which my honourable friend, the member for Northampton, referred earlier, including Christians who now face massive persecution in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is ranked only second to North Korea in terms of its levels of religious persecution against Christians and others. And we must not lose sight of that in the midst of all of this. And then, of course, there is the threat of international terrorism, the reason why we entered Afghanistan in the first place. And the Prime Minister is right. We must now take all reasonable steps to ensure that Afghanistan once again does not become a location for the training of extremist terrorists, a base from which to launch attacks on the Western world. We must ensure that our intelligence capacity is enhanced. And I look on, Madam Deputy Speaker, with some degree of trepidation when I consider some of the intelligence failures we've witnessed in recent times. We must do more to resource our intelligence services to ensure that we know and understand what is happening in Afghanistan, and in particular in relation to the Taliban and their links to extremist Islam and the potential for international terrorism to now have a safe haven from which to operate. And my final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is on overseas aid. I'm not going to point score here, but I will simply make the point that we cannot seriously at this time contemplate cutting our international aid budget when people are in absolute desperation. It is the mark of this country that it is strong in its humanity, in its desire to help others, and we must do that now. And stepping up to the mark doesn't just mean in military terms, it doesn't just mean in defence terms, it doesn't just mean in political terms, it means with our heart as well, and that we reach out to those who are in need, we ensure they have the support and the resources they require. Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, there will be time to look at what went wrong here. There will be a time, perhaps, for political recrimination. But now is the time for this country to stand tall. It is the time for this country to step up and do what is necessary to help the people in Afghanistan, especially those who helped us during the war.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Speaker, can I just say that the visions on the television sets the other day were redolent very much of 1975, no matter what Secretary of State Blinken said. The parallels with the departure from Saigon of the Americans was shocking, but also very true. The reality for us is that the point I want to make is that the way we withdraw matters almost as much as the decision to withdraw from Afghanistan. I want to come back to that in a second. The chaotic, ghastly departure, the way that people were falling off the aircraft in their determination to get away and the helicopter shipping people out, says terrible things about the values that we hold and those who we wish to protect. So this is a shame on all of us, not just America, but also the whole of NATO and here for us in this House. The fact is that we know that US support for the military in Afghanistan had evaporated and there was pressures to leave. But the US was a better way, because the US non-partisan Afghan study group came forward and said that actually over the last 18 months the US had suffered no casualties at all. They'd withdrawn directly from the front line, and the UK the same. But we were giving support, help and aid to those who were in the front line, the 70,000 that died who were members of the Afghan forces, whom we should be incredibly proud of today.
On that point,
Indeed.
very briefly, the Prime Minister reminded the House the Afghans lost 70,000 men who we helped to train and fought alongside. Even though they were not paid, some of them for many months, because of endemic corruption in Kabul. Does my right honourable friend agree, therefore, to imply, as some have, that they basically ran away, when for 10 years and more they've done precisely the opposite, is basically shameful?
It is no question, it is an infamous statement to make. These men and women had lost their lives in trying to uphold what we had brought to Afghanistan, and we should be proud of them. And I do say to the American president, even though the government is perhaps reluctant to say this, and even the opposition leadership, I say to the American president, you have no right to use excuses and base them on people who have lost their lives and done so bravely. The withdrawal of the air support was critical at that moment. The moment that went, the Taliban got a green light and they knew they were going to go in and these Afghan forces could not be supported. That was a critical decision. It was done in a hurry and it was wrong. And the reality is, as I was saying earlier on, the Afghan study group said that there was no need for this precipitative departure in America. They could have kept a number of forces there at a much lower cost, supporting those in the front line, and we could have supported them doing this. And I asked my right honourable friend who gets up later on, did we at any stage demand that the US government review their decision? Did we say to them this was wrong? Did we say we must find a way to support what we have started in Afghanistan? And I say really the point that I want to make here is because it's not just, and I'm proud about what our troops achieved, and I know they will feel deserted at this point. And I didn't serve there, but I've served in Northern Ireland. I know what the feeling is. But I say those who died today rise in glory because they gave something to the Afghans, which is what we call hope. but we must find a way that it is not dashed. And the truth is, the big sad truth is that... sorry, I give way.
Grateful. On that point of hope, that 45-year-old woman in Kabul on Sunday who spent 20 years being oppressed and having access to education reduced, has spent 20 years with good fortune raising a family with women and girls, and is now facing that, all of that being taken away. Would he agree with me that we need to offer her hope as well?
We do. The problem is that we've pulled out, and the Americans have pulled out. And that is the problem. We have to find a way now to support them. That's absolutely the case. And those who need to come here must come here. The doors must be open. We must do what we have to do. But the problem I have now is that the West, upholding democracy, the rule of law and human rights, is in retreat. We have now opened the door to the Chinese and the Russians, who, by the way, kept their embassies open throughout the whole of this, fully staffed, with permission from the Taliban. You see the Chinese Minister for Foreign Affairs now meeting the Taliban. They have now recognized the Taliban. So what are we dealing with here? Taiwan. Let me just read what the mouthpiece of the Chinese government said, the Global Times. They said yesterday, from what has happened in Afghanistan, those in Taiwan should perceive that once a war breaks out in the Straits, the island's defense will collapse in hours and the US military won't come to help. That would have gone out under President Xi's directive. They know what they're dealing with. Their belief now is we will not stand up for freedom. We will not stand up for democracy. And we have encouraged those, the totalitarian states and those terrible oppressive states that we know of, we have encouraged them to believe that we are in full retreat. After Saigon, America left the global stage for a decade, and there was terrible consequences. Iran and everywhere else. We cannot allow that to happen again. I criticized America for this, but I know also they are our greatest and best allies and best hope of freedom. We need to bring them back. That is the job of the British government, is now to bring the Americans back to realize their commitment. Let me just quote what John Kennedy said all those years ago. He said, "Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and the success of liberty." That is what should enshrine our purpose. The concept of democracy and human rights is a delicate flower. It is not the natural state of being unless you defend it. And we must defend it wherever it is. Yes, there are costs. There is a better way in Afghanistan. But what we have done in this chaotic rush, despicable retreat from Kabul, is to hearten and to embolden those who would bring it down. I remind the House that President Reagan, when pressed about this, and I hope the US listens to this particular one, he said, "Freedom is never more than a generation away from extinction. It must be fought for." We in this House take these liberties for granted. We must speak out. America must come back, and we must send a signal immediately that we are not going to give way, that the totalitarian states of China and Russia cannot win in the end, that Islamic extremism cannot be found a bolt hole. Yes, we want to say Taliban must step up, but what will we do about it? Now we have to put means behind words. This House must make that happen.
Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've had many sobering words in this debate already, and I particularly pay tribute to the words from those of our colleagues who have themselves served in Afghanistan, and to all of their colleagues over many years, to those in our armed forces, particularly those who have lost their lives, including the two brave soldiers from Castleford, Rifleman James Backhouse and Bombardier Craig Hobson. And also to pay tribute to those who've worked in our aid agencies, those who have worked for partner organisations to try and support development and education projects to try and rebuild a future for Afghanistan, and for all of those who have worked so hard, rightly, and made it possible for families to live in some semblance of security, for girls, for children to be able to go to school for many years. But that's what makes it so disturbing and so shameful and distressing to watch the events in Afghanistan right now. People who have worked with us, people who helped us, now hiding their lives at risk, women and girls forced to hide in their homes simply because they are women and girls. And hardline extremists and terrorists back in charge, creating a security risk across the globe, and no evident strategy from the US, from the UK and from our allies, and what instead looks like just a chaotic retreat. But we have a responsibility to respond, and I want to focus particularly on some of the practical things that I think should be done and can be done now to address the humanitarian crisis that we face. Firstly, those who have put their lives at risk working with us. I welcome the Afghan relocation and assistance policy, but it is too narrow. It refers to directly employed staff. For the last 20 years, much of the work of the UK government, including aid work, national rebuilding work, has been through contracts with UK agencies and organisations. The Taliban don't recognise the complexities of a contracting out process. So many of those lives are also at risk. For some of those organisations who've been in touch with their staff and former employees have told me that one woman who worked on UK aid programme for 3 years and is now in hiding in Kabul has said this weekend, "Only 3 weeks ago, one of my neighbours told me that when they come, he would tell them who I am and who my family is. A couple of days ago, a strange man told me in the streets, 'I know where you work and who you are. I fear seeing my kids tortured in front of my eyes or having my skin peeled off while I am alive. We remain locked inside, fearful of even looking out of the window. Every time the door knocks, fear goes through my whole body, and I fear they are coming for me.' Another, who provided secure accommodation for UK embassy staff and British aid workers, has said, 'Taliban fighters arrived at my father's home this week asking for me by name. I just left my home city 3 days before. My father told the Taliban I'd gone abroad for medical treatment, but the fighters still forced their way into their house and searched every room.' We have obligations to these people.
I thank my honourable friend give way, and I'm sure she, along with many other members across the House, have been contacted by people desperately worried about loved ones in Afghanistan. And very briefly, one of my constituents has contacted me saying his pregnant wife is in Afghanistan now. The Taliban have taken out the communication signals. He is unable to contact her. He didn't put an application in for her to come to this country because of the English language requirement on the application form. Surely now is the time to relax that rule for a temporary position to allow those people to come to our country.
My honourable friend makes a very powerful point, and this is the kind of flexibility that the UK government could adopt right now. Measures like that for those who have family who are at risk, but also urgently reviewing and broadening the scope of the relocation scheme. The Home Secretary said in interviews this morning those who have worked for NGOs, who delivered UK aid programmes, would also be included. I say to the Foreign Secretary that is not happening on the ground right now. It's not reflected in the guidance that they are operating at the moment or in the application process, and people are being turned down as we speak. They've been turned down this weekend, even though they are at risk and have worked on UK-funded programmes. So I would urge the government to urgently look at the relocation scheme. People can't wait for the resettlement scheme to be in place. But let me say something about that too, because I do welcome the government's commitment to a resettlement scheme. The Prime Minister confirmed to me earlier that pledge to help 5,000 people this year is in addition to the commitment made in 2019 to resettle 5,000 people a year from across the world. It's not instead of that. That existing resettlement scheme is not fully reinstated after COVID. It urgently needs to be, but the fact that it is in place, the fact that those infrastructure is in place, that those systems and funding is in place, should make it possible for us very urgently to put in place an Afghan relocation scheme and to accelerate and to be more ambitious than the announcement that the Home Secretary made this morning. And I would urge again the government to work urgently with the agencies on the ground who can identify
straight away those people who are most at risk. To recognise as well, I urge the government to recognise the position of those who are currently here and who may have had their applications for asylum turned down before the current circumstances escalated. Please can those cases also be urgently reviewed rather than being refused on the basis of out-of-date grounds. And then finally, can I urge the government to do more to provide support for refugees in the region, because we know there will be more people fleeing. We have a responsibility not to turn our backs. Though this may feel very bleak, circumstances may prove very difficult, we have a duty not to disengage.
Jane Hunt.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is a picture of Sir Winston Churchill above my desk in my constituency office. Underneath it reads, "We are all of us defending a cause, the cause of freedom and of justice, of the weak against the strong, law against violence, mercy and tolerance against brutality, and iron-bound tyranny." Sir Winston Churchill was talking of 1942, but in many ways it speaks of Afghanistan throughout the centuries, and certainly in the 21st century. When we think of Afghanistan, we think of our heroes, of the soldiers who went to serve and did not return, or those who were injured and their lives changed forever. Heroes such as Flight Lieutenant Alan Scott, a former Loughborough University student, or Guardsman Jack Davis of Loughborough, aged only 23 at the time of his death. We think of the Royal Anglian Regiment, who were awarded the freedom to enter the Borough of Charnwood in 2006 in recognition of their service to our country and our town. Sadly, I remember 9/11 very well and can understand the need at the time to, as the President of the USA has said, degrade the terrorist threat to keep Afghanistan from becoming a base from which attacks could be continued against the United States. Given that no more terrorist attacks on that scale have been launched from Afghanistan over the last 20 years, it is clear that this intervention achieved its aims. However, the President also justified the fast-paced withdrawal of military personnel by claiming that the USA did not go to Afghanistan to nation build. Despite this being the case, the USA, with the support of NATO and the UK, have moved this nation forward. This is demonstrated by the fact that today millions of girls in Afghanistan are going to school and women hold more than a quarter of the seats in Afghanistan's parliament, which is in stark contrast to the former Taliban-ruled Afghanistan, in which no girls attended school and women were excluded from governance. We must therefore absolutely not sit back and allow this progress to be undermined. While I am not advocating that we impose our Western society on any other society, as countries should, of course, be free to live as their people wish, I am advocating for democracy and for the people of each country to be afforded their basic human rights and have the free will and choice to determine how they live and the environment in which their children grow up. As such, the government continues to play a role as we transition to a new phase of international support for Afghanistan. We must be clear with the Taliban that if they continue to abuse domestic human rights, they cannot expect to enjoy any legitimacy in the eyes of the Afghan people or the international community. I have a small number of constituents with relatives in Afghanistan, and I would like to see their applications for refugee status or discretionary right to remain in the case of spouses in the UK to be dealt with swiftly and positively. For 20 years, the work of our armed forces has protected the Afghan people and denied terrorists a safe haven to launch attacks against the UK. Those same forces have enabled development that has improved millions of lives and transformed Afghan society. I thank our armed forces for the huge sacrifice and contribution they each made, and I ask that those who helped our armed forces to deliver that help and support in Afghanistan be also helped and supported here in the UK. Thank you very much.
Stuart Hosey.
457 UK service personnel, in excess of 3,000 coalition forces, nearly 70,000 Afghan government troops and police, aid workers, journalists, humanitarians, tens of thousands of Afghan civilians killed over the last 2 decades. Many, many thousands more injured or brutalised. I hope that all of that pain and suffering, but it's only hope, was not in vain. But I fear greatly when I see the scenes at Kabul airport at the moment. I'd also want to make an observation before I start properly into what I want to say. The Right Honourable Lady for Maidenhead and the Right Honourable Gentleman from Lagan Valley both mentioned intelligence. I do not know if there was a failure of intelligence. I do not know if there was a failure of intelligence assessment. I do not know if those who had the facts had access to or the confidence to speak truth to power. And I do not know if the ministers who were in receipt of those assessments understood them or ignored them. But when the autopsy on this is complete, we need to know if there was in any way an intelligence failure. Can I, though, put this Afghan situation into a slightly broader regional context? On the 2nd of August 1990, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. On the 16th of January 1991, 700,000 troops, including from the UK, Operation Desert Storm, Operation Desert Sabre, destroyed Iraq's air defences, communications, government buildings, weapons plants, oil refinery, bridges and roads, and Iraqi resistance collapsed on the 28th of February. But Saddam Hussein was left in power, and uprisings by the Kurds and the Shiites in the south were brutally suppressed. On March the 20th, 2003, the Iraq War started, when Allied forces, including UK forces, launched an attack on Iraq. Although that fighting was mainly over by May the 1st, it would be 6 more years until UK combat operations came to an end. The war would cost at least $1 trillion, some say between $3 and $6 trillion, and perhaps 1 million people would lose their lives. And it would see the rise of ISIL, of Islamic State, who at one point would control a third of the territory of Iraq. By the time that conflict was ending, Libya had a revolution, or a civil war, or more accurately a NATO-backed insurrection. A second civil war followed, 10,000 dead people at least, and 2 competing governments. And of course I could add UK and others supporting rebel forces in the ongoing tragedy which is Syria. But within a decade of the start of the first Gulf War, we had 9/11, 4 planes, one into the North Tower, one into the South Tower, one into the Pentagon, one into a field in southern Pennsylvania. 2,600 in the World Trade Center died, 125 in the Pentagon, 256 on the planes. A bigger death toll to the US than at Pearl Harbor. So on the 7th of October, the bombing of Al-Qaeda and Taliban positions started by US and UK forces, with conventional ground forces going in 12 days later, and that action was completely justified. By November 2001, the Taliban were in retreat. By the 5th, there was an interim government, and by the 9th of December 2001, the Taliban had collapsed. One would have thought we were coming towards the endgame. It took more than another 10 years for combat missions to stop. And then we did not heed the warnings as province after province fell, as the Taliban began to control more and more territory. We didn't heed the warnings in 2018 with the suicide attacks in Kabul when 115 died. We should have heeded these warnings and seen what was going to come next, and the rapid way in which the Taliban took over almost the whole of Afghanistan. And of course I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Isn't this why it is so important that the UK government maintains and increases its aid commitment? And no matter what the Foreign Secretary is saying about doubling aid, the reality is that the amount of money going into Afghanistan this year will be less aid than was planned to go in previously, and that's a direct result of their unfortunate decision to cut from 0.7 to 0.5% of aid.
I agree entirely with my honourable friend that the aid budgets must at the very least be maintained at their previous level and probably increased. And I also agree with all of the calls today that it's not simply UK citizens and those who work directly from us who are at risk. It is many, many others whose lives are at risk from the Taliban, and we must do everything we can, the West, to evacuate all of those who put their faith and trust in us and whose lives are now in jeopardy. But I have a question. It's a question which I have, and it's a question I know many members of the public have. Why is there always the political will and the funding to go to war? Rarely the foresight to work out what the consequences for ordinary people will be, although those consequences are always the same. And why is there never the resources to rebuild, reconstruct, and a plan ever to win the peace?
Hear, hear. John Barrett.
We have all in Parliament been horrified by recent developments, from the harrowing scenes at Kabul airport to the reports of retribution from the Taliban, the shambles of an exit strategy, and the failure of the international community at this critical point. It is self-evident that our mistaken intervention now brings its responsibilities. And whatever the strategic long-term lessons, the first priority now must be to save lives. So I welcome what the government is doing in order to get our nationals out. But I would urge it, like many other members have done today, to be generous in our welcome of the many refugees who are fleeing the fear of their lives. I do worry about arbitrary figures, an extra 5,000, at this point, because we simply do not know the scale of the humanitarian disaster. And I'd urge the government to keep an open mind on this. We have to be generous. If other nations won't do their fair share, then we have to go beyond our fair share in making sure that we live up to those obligations and responsibilities. That is a product of our 20-year intervention. And I would also urge the Foreign Secretary, please, to do what it can to help all those who have assisted the UK in Afghanistan. Not just the military, but he will know, as chair of the all-party group on the British Council, we are particularly concerned at the moment about the slow progress of the Arab scheme, which seems to be creating a backlog. There is a narrow window here of opportunity, and I urge the Foreign Secretary to reinforce what the Prime Minister assured me from the dispatch box today, that sufficient resources are committed to ensure that no one is left behind who wish to leave. By all means.
Thank you for giving way. Of course, we're very grateful for the government in making the commitment to welcoming new refugees to the UK. But does he share my concerns that, as well as the UNHCR definition of what is required to be a refugee, the UK government have added additional requirements which are going to make the process far more complex and far more difficult to prove that these refugees are actually genuine? Hear, hear.
What I can assure the honourable member is that there are many, if not all, on this side, and on both sides, I have no doubt, in this House, that will press the government as best it can to ensure that our welcome of refugees is nothing short of very generous, given the circumstances of the case. We owe it to those people. We need to stand by them. And of course, the usual terrorist screening and all the rest of it has to take place. But I have got this message across. I've had a response from the Prime Minister. I know the Foreign Secretary is a man of his word. And I, as chair of the British Council All-Party Group, have made this representation very strongly in this House today. And I fully expect that the government will honour it. There are too many people at the moment trapped in a bureaucratic mess in Kabul airport, despite the wonderful work our ambassador is doing there in Kabul airport, and we need to commit sufficient resources. So I think I've made that point strongly enough. And if the honourable lady doesn't mind, I just want to quickly move on and make a couple of other points. I would argue, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this has proved to be yet another mistaken intervention which will sit alongside Iraq, Libya and Syria. The fundamental error we made here, and it's been alluded to in one or two very, very good speeches, is that we allowed the initial, limited and very successful mission of expelling Al-Qaeda in 2001 to morph into a much wider intervention of nation building, which meant fighting the Taliban. Now, this was unnecessary, given that the 2001 intervention had proved we could achieve our goals of combating terrorism through limited interventions. Now, as one of the few Conservative MPs at the time to oppose the wider intervention and to vote against it, I suggest the mission was born of ignorance, was over-ambitious, and from the very start was thoroughly under-resourced. If we are not prepared to put in the resource to see this through to the end, then do not be surprised at the sort of exit shambles we have just seen most recently. The policy was defended by too many for too long who should have known better, for whatever their purposes, including a few in this place. And I pay honour to our service personnel. They did their job in buying time. It is up to the politicians to come up with the solutions. They achieved their missions. They can be proud. We can be proud of them. But while the priority now is to save lives, the scale of this error should be that I believe the many bereaved families and service personnel who are still paying the price of this intervention, including the 8 Fusiliers from my regiment, the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers, and the 30 or so wounded from the regiment who are still living with life-changing injuries, deserve an apology from the Prime Minister on behalf of previous governments, even though the exit strategy was not of Number 10's making. I think that's the very least we can do. They can be proud, we can be proud of them, but I think an apology is certainly due.
Wayne David.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was elected to this House in 2001, and that was the year, of course, of the NATO intervention in Afghanistan. And I recall very clearly that the objective clearly stated by the government was to stop Afghanistan being a safe haven for terrorists. In the short term, we were successful in that objective. But it was clear very early on that there was a crying need to work with the Afghanistan people to change the nature of the country, to create a democratic system and a country where women had equality and real opportunities, where the rule of law held firm. Only then would the country never again be a safe haven for terrorists. That was the argument clearly put forward and accepted in this House. And I wish to pay tribute to the armed forces, some from my constituency, many of whom lost their lives or suffered life-changing injuries. And in particular, can I refer to Sergeant Major Michael Williams of my home village of Bedras, who lost his life in combat with the Taliban. We are proud of them all. There is, I believe, a widespread consensus emerging in this House that it was a huge mistake to leave Afghanistan in the way we did and in the time we did. The question is now, what did our Prime Minister say to President Biden to try to dissuade him from this catastrophic course? This House deserves a clear answer to that fundamental question. Today, the danger is that Afghanistan may once again become a safe haven for the international terrorists who we've seen in action in the past. Let us not forget that one of the first actions of the Taliban was to release thousands of prisoners, many of whom were terrorists. If you're once a terrorist, it's quite possible you could be a terrorist again. Now, the Taliban leaders say they have changed their colours, but I have to say that is unlikely. Certainly their public relations has improved, but I doubt fundamentally whether or not they've changed. And I say that because already we can see widespread atrocities in Afghanistan, outside of Kabul. We can see thousands of Afghans who understand what the Taliban are all about, desperate to leave their country. And we have to recognise that the Taliban are a diverse group. Many of them outside of Kabul are very different to the PR slick Taliban leaders we now see on our television screens. But of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must be concerned about the situation which we see in Kabul airport. British citizens need to be brought out as quickly as possible, and they pay tribute to the soldiers who are helping to facilitate that and our British ambassador. We also need to bring out as quickly as possible those who have worked with us, and we need desperately to stand by them. But also, we need to recognise that the Afghanis who are vulnerable must be given support and sanctuary in our own country and many other countries as well. Indeed, we must be generous in our support. That is our responsibility as a nation. In addition, can I say, that we must be prepared for the refugee crisis, which is unfortunately likely to emerge. The refugee crisis will be global in character, but also in particular regarding the nation states around it, Afghanistan, Iran and Pakistan in particular. And we must re-examine the cuts to our aid budget to give it back maximum support. Can I say that in essence, what is absolutely vital is that this House collectively sends out a message to the people of Afghanistan and indeed to the world. But we will stand by the people of Afghanistan in this their hour of need.
Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a privilege to follow so many distinguished honourable members who themselves fought on the front line in Afghanistan. President Biden said this week that his only vital national interest in Afghanistan was to prevent a terrorist attack. Even if that is the case, both he and President Trump should be deeply ashamed. And I say this with great sadness, because their actions have returned Afghanistan to the very government that harboured the 9/11 bombers. But the truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that 457 British servicemen and women did not lose their lives simply to reduce the terrorist threat, although they succeeded in that with great distinction. They paid their price in defence of a set of values, values that said that girls should be entitled to the same education as boys, that courts should be independent of clerics, that journalists should not be imprisoned if they speak truth to power. And if President Biden believes in those values, it is time the world heard it. And it's time we heard the same from the British government too. Because although it is not possible to stay in Afghanistan without US support, we are the second power in a Western alliance that, for all the failures of this week, not just Afghanistan, but Iraq, even Vietnam, that Western alliance has delivered more freedom, more prosperity, more respect for human rights across the globe than at any time in human history. And as my right honourable friend for Chingford and Woodford Green just said, those gains are now at risk, not just because of what happened this week, but because of the rise of an authoritarian and wealthy China that actively opposes the open societies we believe in. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. As a former Foreign Secretary, he's right to scrutinise our American allies, but will he acknowledge that the lack of support from European NATO partners, commensurate to their sizes, has also led to the situation we're facing today?
He's absolutely right to say that, and it is not sustainable to ask America to spend 4% of its GDP on defence when the entirety of Europe spends no more than just over 2%. But what I would say is the threat we face is a threat that all of us face. that for 15 consecutive years, the number of free countries in the world has been in decline. Since 2013, according to Reporters Without Borders, press freedom has been in decline. And this decade, for the first time in any of our lifetimes, for the first time, the largest economy in the world will not be a democracy when China overtakes the United States. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are proud of our country, not just because of what we have achieved, not just because of our wealth, but because of what we stand for. And when those values are under threat, when the Atlantic Partnership appears to be fraying, we should be stopping at nothing to rebuild it. That means investing in our armed forces, reversing the aid cut, developing our own technology, rebuilding our global alliances. And there's something we can do right now, which is to cut through the bureaucracy and make sure that we look after every single Afghani who took risks for themselves and their families because they believed in a better future and they trusted us to deliver it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm just coming to my conclusion. I want to say this. We cannot reverse what happened this week, but we can limit the damage and we can learn from what went wrong. That means not just grieving silently at the actions of a close ally, but recognising the threats we face and roaring defiantly in defence of the values we share.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Watching the scenes at Kabul airport this week has left me and so many others with feelings of overwhelming grief and anger. Grief for the millions of Afghan women and girls in particular who were promised a brighter future and the opportunity to learn and to work and to pursue their dreams. And anger that the many pledges made to the Afghan people over the past 20 years have been broken as they were abandoned to their fate. The stories being told by terrified Afghans are heartrending. The women students who are now hiding their diplomas and certificates for fear of punishment and in the belief that in any case their qualifications will be useless as they won't be allowed to use them. The female mayor who says that she's now waiting for the Taliban to come for people like her and to kill them. The Afghan journalist now in hiding with his family who said there was a lot of promise, a lot of assurance about values, a lot of talk about progress, about rights, about freedom, about democracy. That all turned out to be hollow. Madam Deputy Speaker, that journalist is in danger of being proved right. We have to do whatever we can now to honour our commitments to the people of Afghanistan. And that starts with fixing our failed refugee and asylum seeking system. For all the hand-wringing of government ministers in the past few days, the reality is that their actions over the past few months have left thousands of ordinary Afghans in terrible danger. Interpreters and contractors who worked side by side with UK forces have been refused resettlement on the grounds that they were technically subcontractors. That is shameful. I fear for the thousands of ordinary Afghans who supported the UK, delivering aid and supporting other projects, often in the interests of our foreign policy objectives. They are now at real risk of being seen as collaborators working against the Taliban's interests. The NGOs they worked with are now powerless to help them, but the UK government is not. Yet we've heard very little about what the government is doing to persuade them and to support them. Many are not covered by the Afghan Relocation and Assistance Programme because they worked for UK organisations other than the government, for the NGOs or the civil society organisations, even though they were paid by UK aid. They are in extreme danger, so that ARAP programme must be expanded to encompass them too. The scheme was far too late to get off the ground. It only started in April when Taliban advances and atrocities were already all too apparent. And it's been drawn far too narrowly. It must be amended to allow visas for the family of people who would have been eligible but who have died, and for people who fled Afghanistan but would have been eligible if they'd remained in country. The resettlement scheme announced by the government last night is welcome, but it's not enough. Places must be based on need, not on numbers. There should be no artificial cap. When the government is already failing to achieve its existing target of settling 5,000 refugees a year, we need to hear an awful lot more about how ministers are planning to deliver for Afghan refugees and have guarantees that local government will be properly funded to work with them too.
On that point,
I urge the...
On that point, I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that it is absolutely vital that where there are local councils like mine and St Albans that have been willing for some time to take on additional refugees, they are given the additional finance for the local government itself to support those refugees, so it has the funding to help find furniture, to relocate, to connect with utilities. All of that support is needed so the council itself can support refugees.
I absolutely support the comments that she makes. That is absolutely vital. So I am calling on the Home Secretary today to abandon the resettlement-only plans set out in the Nationality and Borders Bill that would criminalise or deny full refugee status to those who make their own journeys to seek asylum in the UK. I'm calling on her to grant immediate asylum to Afghans already waiting for status here in the UK, to release all Afghan nationals from detention, and to urgently expand the family reunion route so that Afghans can be joined by other members of their family, including siblings and parents, like my constituent who contacted me. He used to work for the EU delegation in Kabul. All of his siblings worked for Allied forces. He has asylum here in the UK, his siblings have asylum elsewhere, but his mother is left alone and desperate and very much a target. So we absolutely need to widen those family reunion rules. We also need properly to restore aid, not just to restore it but increase it. The Foreign Secretary said that it's being doubled. I welcome that, but it's still less than the figure of 2019, and we need today to recognise that the need is so much greater than it was even in 2019. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are so many lessons to be learnt from this disaster. Our intelligence looks like it might well have been inadequate, our promises to the Afghan people worthless, and our duty of care to ordinary Afghans who worked with us patchy and unreliable. More than that, though, this Afghan tragedy should be the catalyst that finally forces us to rethink how the so-called war on terror is fought. Because the debacle in Afghanistan, with the loss of almost 250,000 lives, is just one of 4 failed conflicts in the last 20 years. Western military action in Libya, in Iraq, and the air war against ISIS in Syria have all failed to achieve their objectives. ISIS is still active in Iraq and Syria, ISIS al-Qaeda active across the Sahel and Eastern Africa, and there are still links with Afghanistan. We urgently need to learn lessons of failed wars of intervention and to take an honest look at the objectives behind our foreign policy. Protected British interests has for too long been about stability and safety through access to oil, through maintaining the current balance of power, and a very inconsistent, to put it mildly, approach to human rights and democracy. When we ally ourselves to countries like Saudi Arabia, our moral credibility to speak about human rights is fundamentally undermined. A longer-term approach is needed, stopping arms sales to oppressive regimes that don't abide by international law, a more consistent approach to democracy across the world. The government likes to boast of our country being global Britain. If that is to mean anything, it surely has to be an opportunity to finally develop the ethical foreign policy that we have spoken about for so long, focused on seeking to build international and consensus with cooperation, security and human rights at its heart.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Speaker, Afghanistan today is a tragedy backlit by defeat. Even the name Operation Enduring Freedom has already exuded a sense of irony. But lest we rewrite history, let's remember why we went. We did not go to Afghanistan out of a sense of philanthropy towards the Afghan people. We went out of a hard-headed sense of protection of our own national security. Were we successful? Yes, we were. We were able to take down al-Qaeda networks in the region and beyond. We did not see a repeat of 9/11, and we owe an immeasurable debt to our armed forces, and those who say their sacrifices were in vain utterly misunderstand the sacrifices that were made. But are we safer than we were a week ago? Probably not. We've seen under the Taliban 5,000 of our most committed, vicious and determined enemies out there once again, and they will seek their moment. We need to understand also that the strategic weakness of our alliance will have been noted not just in Kabul, but in Moscow, and in Beijing, and in Tehran, and in Islamabad. But did we know that the Afghan government would fall so swiftly? No, we didn't. And there are many people today claiming to have predicted it when they absolutely did not. But the removal of 2,500 American troops, along with 8,000 coalition troops and 18,000 of those in support, brought about a catastrophic drop in morale amongst both the Afghan forces and the Afghan government. And we have mentioned many times today that 70,000 Afghan police and armed forces died in the struggle to protect their own countries. And for anyone to say they wouldn't fight is a slight that is not worthy of any politician in a free country. But the question we must ask is why, oh why, would anyone choose to remove their troops, even if they had decided to do so during the fighting season, when the Taliban were at their greatest strength? The answer is that it was not a decision made for foreign policy or security reasons. It was done to suit a domestic political timetable. When you take security decisions for political reasons, then there is likely to be a detrimental outcome. It's a lesson we would all do well to remember. Now, although we did not go primarily for philanthropic reasons, rebuilding Afghanistan and giving their people a real chance of all the benefits that we take for granted became the main case used to maintain domestic public support for the mission in Afghanistan, and was the main reason given to justify the continued sacrifices of our armed forces. They brought prosperity, political stability, human rights and the rule of law to the people of Afghanistan. It was an immense achievement, even in that timescale. As one of the defence secretaries during the Afghan conflict, who had to send handwritten letters to the loved ones of those who died in action, and visited many of the severely injured in hospital, including friends, I understand how raw the anger may be at the events of recent days. And as several members have already said, those veterans will require extra support. And for their sake, and for its own sake, we must do all we can in concert with our allies to give support and sanctuary to all those who remain vulnerable in Afghanistan. And time is of the essence. The Taliban are already going door to door with their lists looking for victims. We must do everything we can as quickly as we can. Now, in Europe in recent days, there's been a lot of talk about how they are vulnerable to American decisions and how they have to ride on American coattails. Yeah. The irony seems to be completely lost on those who refuse to build up their own security capacity, that in the end they will actually become more dependent on American foreign policy rather than less. And listening to our NATO allies who talk about why they should be spending in high-spending big states in Europe while American taxpayers carry the burden of security, you'd think that they might have learned their lesson by now. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, ultimately we can only win the war in Afghanistan or against any similar oppressors by winning the war of ideas. And we have to begin by believing that what we offer as a society is not just different to them, but is better than them. We need to believe that democratic government is better than totalitarianism, that an impartial rule of law is better than theocracy, and that freedom and human rights are better than oppression and prejudice. Freedom will not come for free. There is a political and a financial cost to be paid for it. If we are unwilling to pay for it, we have to accept the consequences.
There are still enormous numbers of colleagues trying to catch my eye, so after the next contribution, I will have to reduce the time limit to 4 minutes. With 5 minutes, Jeremy Corbyn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in this sombre and very serious debate today, there are two fundamental points I want to make. The first is that we've all been inundated overnight and the past couple of days with emails from constituents and many others who are very worried about the plight of those that are trying to get out of Afghanistan, the numbers of people that ought to be supported, and the approach that the British government has taken on this. Members will have seen letters from the NUJ concerning journalists and their safety, from the UCU concerning a University College Union concerning their students in this country and their fears, and many, many others, including people representing trade unions in Afghanistan, as well as asking the government clearly what is their strategy for allowing people to come to this country. Because it's clear all those that have worked for the British Army or any other organisation in Afghanistan should be allowed to come here. Likewise, NGOs, but I would also add to that those that have worked for contractors that have been contracted to the British or to the American services as well. They're just as vulnerable in the future. And if we are to be serious about ensuring that all those refugees that wish to come here are able to get in, then the government has to do two things. One is respond to the very generous requests made by a lot of local authorities. I saw a letter last night from the leaders of London Labour Borough Councils offering everything they can to support refugees coming to this country. But they need the financial support to be able to house them, accommodate them, and ensure they can be integrated into our society. But it also means a change in the rhetoric from this government about refugees in general. We cannot be holding out the hand to say we're going to welcome all the Afghan refugees here, and I hope we do, if at the same time we're passing legislation which will criminalise those that save life at sea of people trying to flee to get to this country to a place of safety. If we are an open and welcoming society that does welcome refugees, then we should mean it for refugees wherever they come from, not just Afghanistan. And I hope the government will bear that in mind and will give us a very clear outline of how the people are going to get out of Afghanistan, how they're going to get here, and how they're going to be processed when they do get here. Because too many of us represent constituencies where there are refugees living who don't have enough support, are begging, are homeless, are street sleeping while their applications are endlessly processed. That is not the sign of a society or a government that is actually holding out the hand of friendship towards refugees. The other general point I want to make is this. This war has cost the United States $1 trillion. It's cost this country tens of billions of dollars. It's cost the lives of tens of thousands of Afghan people. It's driven many of them into asylum or refugee status in all the neighbouring countries. It's taken the lives of American soldiers and almost every other nationality that got involved in it, including 457 British soldiers. And at the end of it, the trauma of those that served there and the trauma of those that were injured there and the mental health issues that pertain for soldiers coming out of service are huge and likely to be exacerbated by what's happened over the last few days. And so we do need to ensure there is proper support for those that have served or suffered, have served and suffered in Afghanistan, but we also need to have a serious appraisal of how we got there in the first place. Any examination of the longer-term history of Afghanistan will show that wars in Afghanistan do fail. There were 3 in the 19th century and a number in this century. The great game of the 19th century was about preventing Russia getting control of Afghanistan. Later on, the Cold War took over and the Americans supported the opposition to the Soviet Union, thus forming the Mujahideen, which morphed into the Taliban and so much else. There are some serious historical lessons to be learned here about how we take major foreign policy decisions. And it's beyond disappointing that the Prime Minister's response this morning appeared to be that he was not prepared to countenance a serious inquiry into all of this. I can hear my friend, the late Paul Flynn, speaking about the numbers of soldiers that died in Helmand. I can hear all those that spoke up against this intervention, not because they support the Taliban, not because they are not serious about human rights, but because they were serious about a long-term peace in the world that recognises the historical position we've got ourselves into. And now surely is the time for a sober reflection on the disaster that has happened in Afghanistan.
Hear, hear. Flick Drummond.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And like others, I've also been to Afghanistan, not as a soldier, but as a teenager, aged 16 in 1978. It was the last days of President Dowd's regime. A couple of days after he returned to Islamabad, where my father was working, Dowd was overthrown, executed, and strung up. Afghanistan has been a failed state since, which is so tragic, as it is a beautiful country, and I remember it as vibrant and developing fast. Much has been made and will be made in this debate about the tremendous sacrifice of our armed forces in Afghanistan. I know many soldiers who served cared passionately about Afghan people and the job they were trying to do to bring peace and security. Our involvement in Afghanistan spent 20 years of freedom for its people, and this should not be forgotten. I can only hope that from the ruins, some sense of how that feels will remain, and it will not totally revert back to extremist Islamic rule under the new government. The last 20 years have not been wasted. We have seen 40% of girls in education, That's 9 million girls where there were none. Literacy rates of 56% with 70,000 female teachers. 4,000 midwives have been trained from 400 in 2001. And female MPs make up 28% of Parliament. And we only make up 34%, so they were doing incredibly well. This is what has been achieved, and this is what our brave men and women have died for. But I'm a realist, like many in this House, and hope is not much of a safeguard. The chance of any sort of progressive shift by the Taliban now in complete control seems remote. As co-chair of the all-party group on women, peace and security, I have spoken in this House several times in the last few months, expressing my concern about the future of women in Afghanistan following the withdrawal of NATO troops. The premise of my concern has always been the encroachment of the Taliban, which has been going on for many years, and no one should be surprised by their entry into Kabul. In the face of Taliban rule, my concern now has turned to deep anger and frustration that women and girls may again face subjugation in Afghanistan despite the words of the Taliban leaders.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I would like to.
I thank her for giving way, and I wonder whether she would join with me in the work to try to ensure the protection of the Afghan Women's Orchestra, which came to this country in 2019 and made a big impression on the UK and is now seriously under threat.
Absolutely, I agree. And there are a lot of women's organisations that have really come to the fore over the last 20 years, and it would be very sad if they disappeared. Those brave women who joined the Afghan army now fear beheading. Girls face having their education taken away from them. Women their rights to go and do as they please. The fear of sexual violence. No women teachers, no women police officers, and no women in political life. Women wiped from the face of Afghanistan unless they're prepared to subject themselves to Taliban rule. There are already signs that Afghan women have no faith whatsoever in any lessening of the Taliban grip. In Kabul, there are reports of nail shops blackening out their windows, music shops destroying stock, and women not going to work or walking alone. Mundane, simple, everyday things that all women in the world should have the right to do, all at grave risk. Although the feeling of impotence here in this place is palpable, there is no reason to give in or give up on Afghanistan and its people. We must do all we can to engage with the new regime and any country that has influence with it. And I'm particularly focused on what Pakistan can do as a country that harboured Taliban leaders, plus any Gulf backers that have been supporting this group. Afghanistan will need aid. Delivering it must come with stringent conditions on honouring women's rights and human rights, and those of the ethnic minorities as well. This will need global consensus, and I hope the government is working extremely hard on this regard right now to ensure the Taliban has the international community breathing down its neck from day one. And one final thought, how lucky I am to stand here in the House of Commons, able to say what I think. And in honour of those brave Afghan women fearing the very worst right now, I won't forget it.
Yeah. Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My involvement in Afghanistan is through my co-worker and friend Marzia Babakahale. Marzia was an Afghan judge who had to flee her home in Afghanistan as the Taliban tried to assassinate her. Her crime was she'd set up schools for women and girls. Marzia doesn't want our sympathy, she wants our action. She wants to help the thousands of women activists and others who supported us over the last 20 years. Many of these women face not just the obliteration of their rights, but potential genocide. Despite the warm words of the Taliban, which too many have been willing to just accept, there have been reports of women being sent home from their jobs and told to send their male relatives instead. Girls as young as 10 being sold off to Taliban fighters. Mothers having their eyes gouged out in front of their children, and reprisals against those who work for Afghan authorities. And as others have said, deeds, not words. So if the Taliban have changed and they want to engage with the international community, they need to demonstrate exactly what this means. As a start, it means that those who want to leave, who wish to leave and have a place of refuge have safe passage. And that applies to where they are in Afghanistan now, not when they're on a plane. There are numerous reports of roadblocks and people being beaten as they approach the airport to try and get through these roadblocks. In addition to Ambassador Bristow, I want to thank ministers, particularly Lord Tariq Ahmed, who's been helping me with a case, a particularly devastating case, and who's been working around the clock. But there are other officials as well. But time's running out. Monday was pandemonium, and I'm getting messages literally by the minute. People are having to move literally every couple of hours, and one woman that I'm helping has moved 11 times since Monday. So I'm pleased that the government is finally increasing the number of refugee places, but we need more information about this, speed, detail and follow through. I'm also reminded of the pledges around child refugees which didn't come through. In the short term, we need the role of Pakistan is going to be absolutely key. Pakistan already has 3 million Afghan refugees. This is going to get much worse in the coming weeks and months at a time when the UK is cutting an aid for them. So I'd be grateful for the Foreign Secretary to say that they will be restoring aid, particularly in relation to this. But Pakistan also has a potential role in terms of moderating the influence on the Taliban. So this is a challenge and opportunity for Pakistan. Very, very keen about human rights across Kashmir, as they should be, but we need to make sure that this applies and see how that they can also impact on the region as a whole, as they particularly in the Taliban. Finally, Pakistan has been clear that they need help from the international community in managing the 1,600-mile Durand line and keeping the region terrorist-free. This is something that we could do collectively. So this porous border poses a threat not just to Pakistan but to us all. And long-term, global Britain must work with its allies to restore not just our reputation but our role in facilitating a law and rules-based system and human rights across the world. Thank you.
Owen Patterson.
Speaker. I rise to speak in this chamber for the first time since my wife's suicide in June last year, and I would like to thank you and the Speaker personally and the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition and many other honourable and right honourable members from right around the House for the tremendous messages of support and condolence that you have sent me. So it is no great pleasure I stand to speak at the time of the UK's biggest humiliation since Suez, at the time of the US's biggest humiliation since Saigon. And the mood of the House is so different. I remember when the Taliban were evicted and the Labour government went in with all-party support, apart from some very prescient comments by people like the late Sir Peter Tapsell, the then member for Louth and Horncastle, but we all supported this. We supported it because we believed in nation building and we believed in keeping terrorists at arm's length after 9/11, a very long way away from our streets. There was then this period of very intense military activity, but we ended up with a sort of muddled, messy Afghanisation in recent years. The Afghan army has fought incredibly bravely. 70,000 of them died, supported by us and very much the Americans technically from the air. And President Biden drew a completely false choice. It was not between total immersion of American forces and loss of American lives, which will do him damage in the midterms, or pulling out. He could have carried on with 4,500 American troops and sophisticated air support. And that sent a message to every Afghan army unit that they could, if they were in real trouble, they could call up American support. When it was announced they were going, it sent a real message to the Taliban. You're safe, boys. Take every village, take every town, because the American Air Force is not coming after you. So it is frankly shameful that the President of the United States, the leader of the free world, cannot face questions from his own hostile press corps and attacks the Afghan army for cowardice.
Absolutely.
And where we are now is in a mess. We've got China, Russia, Iran, hostile. What are we going to say to citizens in Taiwan, in India, Pakistan, Western Ukraine? They will all be worried.
And the UK has a real role. Our review recently was worthless. We now have to cope with a weak American president. And the UK leading the G7, as the Prime Minister said this morning, has to step up. Yeah. We have to review the review. We have to see how we handle this. And I have to pay tribute to our armed forces in the short time I have left. I'm very proud to represent the 1 Royal Irish Regiment based at Turnhill, my constituency. I also saw them when I was Secretary of State in Northern Ireland. When Flanagan Valley mentioned those funerals, I was there for 3 of them. And they are very proud of what they did, and we should remember what these veterans did. They did bring women's rights. A concrete building in southern Afghanistan was turned from an ammunition dump into a children's school. So we should remember them. We should remember the pressures they're under now. These images for these veterans will be shocking. And Combat Stress have had a doubling of applications for help in the last few days. They already look after 15 to 16,000. We can all help. The government can help through the NHS and the MOD, who contribute 25% of their funds. Every one of us, every constituent, could help combat stress now. This is in our hands. I entirely endorse the comments about interpreters and getting other people out, but these are our citizens. Every time they look at the screen, the horrors of their experience in Afghanistan will come back, and we owe it to those veterans. We owe it to them now to go out and look after them.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of everyone to pass on our condolences to the member who's just spoken. What we are dealing with here is a failure of leadership, not the military that served that leadership. We should never confuse the two. Both Western and Afghan forces have served with great courage and are responsible for the successes that were achieved in the 20 years. It is a failure to understand Afghanistan and how the Taliban capitalised on UK and US forces' counterinsurgency approaches and the corruption of tribal leadership. That Pashtun saying, "You have all the watches, we have all the time," reflects the speed with which the Taliban have acted. They took their first city just 12 days ago, and now they have Kabul. But just as this was not inevitable, or indeed unexpected, so it's not inevitable that all we can do is despair. The Taliban said on Monday those who worked with foreign forces have nothing to fear as long as they show remorse. Don't tell them that they're cowards or they should stay. Help them get out. The bureaucracy our interpreters and support staff and their families face must not be the reason they lose their lives. I urge the government to talk to the current and former servicemen and women who know these people, rather than asking people about paperwork and bureaucracy and biometric tests, because that's what's keeping people in the Kabul airport right now. And yes, the airport matters, but people have got to get through the checkpoints to get to Kabul. So we need an extraction plan for everyone. And we need to be clear on who we owe a duty to, not just the interpreters, but also those women who set up schools, the people who stood up when we asked them to work in the embassies and in the NGOs. Resettlement scheme is very welcome, but resettling from where and how? Because wars and persecution don't work to a timetable for paperwork. Like many, I have families in Walthamstow desperate. An interpreter for the UK whose dad did the same job for the Americans. The Taliban are looking for them both. Another who is here but his disabled family members are in Kabul and at risk because he helped the MOD. Are we comfortable that mum or dad or brother or sister is fair game for the Taliban as punishment? Of course we need family reunion to be part of a settlement scheme. Or the family who walk for 4 hours to get to the embassy but have an Afghan mother. Are we really going to separate them? Or the man who's been trying to get his wife out since 2018 but because of COVID had her visa delayed? Numbers matter less than need. We need to reject this artificial distinction between resettlement and asylum. I'm pleased to hear the Prime Minister commit not to send people back, but I hope the Home Secretary was listening, because it's the same ministers who proudly boast about stopping boats who forget to tell you that it's Afghans on those boats. It's people who have been fleeing this situation. Instead of posturing, we need to challenge Macron and their European partners to work with them to make sure that everybody does their fair share to help. And we need to get ahead of this crisis, because at the moment we're always playing catch-up. President Biden may not have spoken to other world leaders since the fall of Kabul, so I'm pleased to hear that the Prime Minister is. Because we need to get agreement via the UN and NATO that if the Taliban provide a safe haven for Al-Qaeda or ISIS, we will not stand for it. And we need assurances from our counterparts in China and Russia they will not veto action at the Security Council either. And yes, this is a humanitarian disaster, but it's also a human rights one.
Because equality isn't just being able to leave the house alone. Those Afghan women who are doctors, who are judges, who are politicians, need us to do more than wring our hands. We've already heard that girls are being banned from school and being forced into marriages. As the quote is, the Taliban talk nice during the day and disappear people at night. We must also say, this is not Islam. Islam is not the reason why people are clinging to planes to save their lives. That is brutalism and terrorism, and we must not let people divide ourselves here or overseas in that fight for those values. There may have been a failure of leadership so far, but that doesn't have to continue. We work together.
Fiona Bruce.
Thank the Government for proposing a bespoke refugee scheme focusing on the most vulnerable in Afghanistan, and that, as the Home Secretary has said today, this will include persecuted minorities, those persecuted simply on account of their religion or belief. This is absolutely in accord with our Government's commitment to promoting and defending freedom of religion or belief for all as a key human rights priority. As the Prime Minister's Special Envoy on FORB, I welcome this. However, a word of caution if I may. We've heard that this scheme will be similar to the Syrian Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme, but that was not as effective as intended for some minority groups targeted for their beliefs, such as Yazidis, Christians and Shias. They were disproportionately underrepresented in refugee referrals to the UK, indeed substantially so. One reason was that the scheme outsourced the selection of refugees to the UNHCR, whose vulnerability criteria didn't include people being targeted for their faith. Another factor was that many, particularly Christians, were too afraid to enter refugee camps where selection took place because they feared the very persecution within those camps which they had experienced outside. Hopefully, we can learn from this. Persecution in Afghanistan is extreme. As the US Commission on International Religious Freedom reports, groups like Hindus, Christians and Sikhs remain endangered minorities. Many have fled the country. Many of their community leaders who remain have been killed. I spoke virtually yesterday with an Afghan Christian. He confirmed that the Taliban are already knocking on doors in Kabul, requiring people to go to worship in the mosques and identifying those who refuse. Those so identified fear the worst for their lives, particularly publicly known faith leaders and others in their local neighbourhoods, house church leaders. Their neighbours know them. I'm told they fear being outed by their own neighbours. It's vital that there is urgent international coordination to help them, the religious minorities in Afghanistan facing persecution. The UK should not have to tackle this alone, but nor does it need to. Offers of help with international coordination are available, as I heard yesterday from an international NGO with whom I spoke. And I do want to thank the Home Secretary and her staff for the way that even overnight they are actively engaging with me on this issue. As the Home Secretary has said, I want to ensure that as a nation we do everything possible to promote support for the most vulnerable. The UK is doing all it can to encourage other countries to help. We want to lead by example. That is right, which is why I also welcome plans for the G7 virtual meeting next week, and for all our Foreign Secretary has done, not only to initiate this, but more widely to show international leadership on FORB. In May this year in London at the Foreign and Development Ministers meeting, a communiqué was issued confirming, and I can only quote a fraction, we commit to coordinated action and targeted support to defend freedom of religion or belief for all and combating all forms of hatred and discrimination. The G7 will enhance efforts towards the promotion and protection of freedom of religion or belief globally. This is the moment to translate these words into action, and I am confident that our Foreign Secretary, under our presidency of the G7, will have freedom of religion or belief at the forefront of his mind next week. It's also our opportunity to show the world the reality of the words in Chapter 2 of our new immigration plan to ensure support for those, such as persecuted Christians, who need emergency resettlement.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Deputy Speaker, I have three issues that I'd like to raise today. First of all, as a member of the Intelligence and Security Committee,
I am concerned about what events in Afghanistan will mean for UK national security. With President Biden forging ahead with President Trump's deal with the Taliban, we risk Afghanistan returning to its pre-9/11 position, presenting a global terror threat, an ally for despots, and a base for jihadi terrorists and crime networks, including the drug warlords flooding the streets of our country with heroin. President Biden, who told us very recently that the USA is back, says that there was never a good time to withdraw US forces. But I fear he may now learn the hard way that there is never a good time to allow an illegitimate terror regime to take power. And a false binary choice has been made between full-on military engagement and a rushed, chaotic withdrawal. There were and are other options. And worse still, our holidaying Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary allowed this catastrophe to unfold with barely a whisper. The UK currently heads the G7. We hold a permanent seat on the UN Security Council. We are founder members of NATO. But where is our international leadership from our Prime Minister? So much for global Britain, our shrunken influence and our shrunken reputation. The Prime Minister declares that Afghanistan must not become a breeding ground for terrorists, and I agree. But wishing these ends does not render the means to fulfil them. What is the Prime Minister actually going to do? And we now need to ask whether the assessment of our security needs in the integrated review, published just in March, needs an early update. Secondly, we have sleepwalked into opening up a new front in the global refugee crisis, which our Home Office has already struggled to cope with. With our allies in the EU and Commonwealth, we must ensure that aid reaches those in need. And this is after the government have cut the UK contribution to the Afghanistan Humanitarian Response Plan by 76%. And now we have the added task of avoiding aid falling into the hands of the Taliban. I can only urge the government that we must do our fair share in terms of providing safe havens, sanctuary and support for all those left with nothing. And thirdly, as the chair of the Parliamentary Human Rights Group, I am appalled at the prospect of a new dark age descending on Afghans. As Hillary Clinton said, human rights are women's rights and women's rights are human rights. And after all the sacrifices of 20 years of human rights progress for women and girls will be swept away with the return of a perverted medieval theocracy. Women will be erased from public life, the right to education severely limited, violence, rape and forced child marriage will be routine weapons of oppression. Brave female politicians, teachers, medics, scientists, journalists and judges will be targeted by the Taliban. Those who work with the coalition forces are being subject already to brutal reprisals by the Taliban, as are those who are dedicated to protecting fundamental human rights, such as the right to education, healthcare, freedom of expression and association. Members of ethnic and religious minorities, not least Christians, are now at greater risk in Afghanistan. And those now in mortal danger deserve better than vacuous slogans about solidarity. Again, this government's integrated review also had a section on defending human rights, promoting gender equality and much else. It sounds utterly empty now.
Alex Shelbrook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, at the NATO 2021 Brussels summit, the summary was that they confirmed the end of NATO's military operations in Afghanistan, whilst restating the pillars of NATO's new relationship with and support for Afghanistan, namely ongoing training and financial support for the Afghan National Army, ongoing diplomatic engagement, transitional funding to ensure continuing functioning of Kabul Airport, dialogue on Afghanistan with relevant international regional partners and support for the ongoing peace process. Clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no support to be offered to the Afghan National Army anymore, and of course the peace process lays in tatters. This goes down as one of NATO's great failures of what has unfolded in the last month. But within that communiqué, I think lie some important points. An ongoing diplomatic engagement is a very important way forward. The functioning of Kabul airport will probably take place through support from the Russians and the Chinese, and I think that we have to recognise that the ongoing diplomatic engagement will make for some uncomfortable partners that we're going to have to deal with. But the reality is that the original NATO operation to remove the al-Qaeda threat from those terrorist camps was in itself successful. And the period of time that took place in the last 20 years to stabilise that country and be able to push the al-Qaeda camps away has led to a situation where, at this moment in time, the Taliban are saying that they would not allow terrorist organisations to set up camp again in Afghanistan. And that must be part of the focus of diplomatic work. It is now a diplomatic mission to hold them to account, because the reality is not a single serviceman's life was lost in vain. So much has been achieved. Not a single civilian's life was, even though tragically lost, but everything was done from the NATO side to prevent those. But this is why I believe that there isn't the huge support for the Taliban that is being put across, and that shows that there's an important mission to be had. And one of those important countries we must deal with is Pakistan. Now, Pakistan, quite rightly, Imran Khan, the Prime Minister, said that he had a frustration about the Americans only come to Pakistan when they want them to sweep up the mess behind. And I understand that frustration he's coming from. But they are an important nation who we need to work with and try and make sure that we can hold the Taliban to some of the Qatar commitments. Because at the end of the day, we need to deal with the situation as it sits today. We need to make sure that those gains aren't lost. We equally, and this has been said many, many, many times in the House today, try and prevent a humanitarian catastrophe in terms of human rights, in terms of women's rights, in terms of turning the clock back. And that is all going to take diplomatic effort, and it is going to take financial input and financial sanctions when the time comes. I think one of the real tests will be is when we get to the stage of, and NATO allies get to the stage of whether they reopen embassies. That will be an important step towards an organisation that is willing to stand by its Qatar agreements and that we can work with or not. And the functioning and sanctions that may or may not have to be put on that state will have to be put into there. The Taliban have declared that the war is over. That's what they declared. So I'll leave the House with this thought, which I know many have heard before. At the end of war, we really have got to engage in jaw-jaw.
Pat McFadden.
The actions of our armed forces, those of the United States and other allies, and the Afghan forces themselves, made a big difference to the lives of people in Afghanistan over the past 20 years. We've heard a lot today about the importance of education for millions of girls, about the value of the freedom that allowed women to work, about the political representation, the elections, the diversity of representation that would have been unthinkable under the Taliban, and much more. To suggest that the last 20 years was a mistake, that none of it should have happened, is to dismiss the importance of those fundamental gains. It is to dismiss the importance of one of the biggest movements of refugees back into a country in living memory. I visited the Puli-Sharki refugee processing centre many years ago, shortly after the Taliban had fallen. And I was able to speak to people there and ask them, why have you come home? Because there is hope for our country, was the answer. And the measure of what has been gained will now be seen in what is lost. It can be seen in the desperation of people clinging to the undercarriages of planes leaving the country. It can be seen in the palpable fear of those who feel their freedom and safety are now under threat. All these gains were only made possible because of the commitment we made. 457 members of our own armed forces never came home. Members on both sides of this House served alongside them. All of those soldiers made a huge and positive difference to the lives of the Afghan people. There wasn't peace in the whole country.
Violence still killed many, but undoubtedly great gains had been made. So let us be clear. The Taliban are in control in Afghanistan today, not because we intervened in 2001, but because we abandoned it in 2021. The defence of the position that has been adopted is that we couldn't go on forever. But our role had radically changed. Far fewer troops, less frontline fighting, more of a support role. And the question has to be, was this withdrawal necessary now? Was this outcome inevitable? Many times in this House, we have debated intervention. It's a difficult choice, and when it happens, we know that ownership of the consequences follows. But be in no doubt, the events of recent weeks show that not intervening has consequences too, and those consequences are just as real for the Afghan people. Are we going to pretend they matter less because we don't feel we own them? What's our message to oppressed people around the world after this? Are we going to console ourselves with tweets of solidarity which offer them nothing? That is not a foreign policy, it's not a moral stand, it's just a pose. And the oppressed people around the country, around the world, deserve better than that. So where do we stand in the world now? Where does rhetoric about global Britain mean in the face of what's happened in the past few weeks? Where do we stand with the United States when the limitations of our ability to act have been so brutally exposed? This is the question that will be asked of the West now. It's about trust in our word, trust in our faith, and recent weeks have been a major setback to both.
Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I draw the House's attention to my entry in the Register of Interest for the support I get from the RAMP project? I'd like to pay tribute to the Army Air Corps based in my constituency, who over the last 20 years have played such a significant role in Afghanistan, and also to the contributions today from gallant members across this House who have personalised the story. I would like to start by commending my right honourable friend the Prime Minister for the scheme he is putting in place to make sure that we can prioritise women and girls and bring them to safety. He and I do not always see eye to eye, but this scheme absolutely is the bespoke one that I have been calling for over the last few days. But time is of the essence and detail is missing. And that is my big worry. How are we going to bring those people to safety in the time that we have to do it? Because I lived for 18 months the VPRS scheme, and I know the complexities and the difficulties with, on occasion, petty-fogging bureaucracy, how hard it is to get the referrals, to make sure that you have the right vulnerabilities identified, how difficult it is to work on the ground when people are in camps and they are all in one place. The women of Afghanistan are not in one place. They are in hiding. They don't necessarily have the documentation that they need in order to be able to find their routes to safety. And what are those routes to safety? We need to know as a matter of urgency. My concern is that they don't have the 6 years that we're talking about with the VPRS scheme, that actually they don't have 6 months. They don't even have 6 days before they were forced back into burqas, before they were turned away from their university places, before the bank tellers were told that they had to go home because their jobs were to be taken by men. But they were told it's all going to be okay so long as they live under Islamic law. But what is the Taliban's interpretation of Islamic law? What will it actually look like for them? Now, my email inbox has had a number of comments from people telling me that I have to have trust in the Taliban and that they're not as bad as they once were. Well, I will judge them by their actions, not their words. And I saw those terrible scenes at Kabul airport where Afghan nationals had no confidence in their words and were clinging desperately to the underneath of planes to escape. And particularly, what are those women teachers who were giving education to girls? What are the civic leaders who we encourage to stand as mayors and take up roles in civic society? What of the doctors and the medics, the midwives we heard about earlier? They are the ones most likely to suffer reprisals. But I wanted to talk very briefly about the experience of my constituents, Monica and Sunila, who are still waiting after 2 years for a decision on their asylum claim. It is the time now to grant all of those claims because they cannot be returned to Afghanistan. They are educated women who have been active in society and are journalists. They would be at risk.
but what of their mother and their younger sister who are still in Afghanistan? At that dispatch box, I argued for refugee family reunion to allow teenage girls who are over 18 to be allowed to come here. Our children do not suddenly become independent because they pass a day over their 18th birthday. So actually, refugee family reunion in this instance has to make sure that those girls are able to come here, because would we leave our daughters in Afghanistan, 12-year-old girls taken from their homes, and I will not use the term forced into marriage, they are abducted and they are raped by men old enough to be their grandfathers. So we have to do more, we have to do it quickly. I think the scheme that the government is putting in place is a good start, but it is just a start, and it needs to be the fastest resettlement that we have seen since Uganda and since the kinder transport, so that we can continue to stand at that dispatch box and say that we have a proud history of being a safe haven and of resettlement.
Tahir Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The situation unfolding in Afghanistan is of deep concern for the whole international community, as the potential for the tragic humanitarian crisis is absolutely clear. Many thousands will now be attempting to flee from the Taliban, who have swiftly seized power after the withdrawal of US troops. The message is clear. The international community, including the UK, have failed the people of Afghanistan. 20 years of armed intervention and the commitment of over 100,000 British service personnel has not prevented the return of the Taliban and has left many Afghan people in a dire situation. In every respect, our interventions in Afghanistan have been an abject failure, resulting in a power keg which threatens regional stability. This must signal loud and clear that a change in direction is needed. Military action has failed and has cost the lives of countless Afghan civilians and British service personnel. We must now set out to work alongside the international community to find solutions which prioritise the safeguarding and the well-being of Afghan people, and in particular which set out to protect the women and girls. As such, it is imperative that the UK government provide a safe haven to those fleeing that country. In this, we must not fail the Afghan people. Those seeking asylum here must be given a safe passage and be allowed to rebuild their lives. We must not cherry-pick who to save and who to turn away, but instead must put compassion at the forefront of our response. Given the UK's role in what is now happening in Afghanistan, this is the very least we can do if we care all about justice. The situation in Afghanistan, Madam Deputy Speaker, is now a power keg, as I mentioned before, threatening regional stability in an area where conflict between major nuclear powers is already a terrifying possibility. With real tensions already existing between India, Pakistan, Iran and China, and the worsening situation in Afghanistan will only add to these. Given its long and prominent role in facilitating and exacerbating conflict in the region, if the UK is to redeem itself, then it must fully commit to working alongside the international community to find ways of de-escalating regional tensions. We must use our relationships with powers in the region to push for a peaceful solution to the outstanding conflicts, including the ongoing Indian occupation of Kashmir. Just over 2 years ago, the Article 370 was revoked, and if you look at the atrocities and the abuses that are happening, we cannot talk about Afghanistan in isolation and completely ignore the conflicts in the rest of the region. If regional powers set aside their differences and work together, I believe we will be able to avoid further bloodshed.
Bob Seeley.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say I think this is quite a difficult and upsetting debate, and I'm not quite sure why. And it may be because some of the people one knew are now dead. It may be just because some of the things that are being said I don't think are true. And I actually want to set the record straight, and in the short time I have, to correct some of the false assumptions which I think are being made, but also a few observations. I pay tribute also to the excellent speeches by many, but especially the chairman of the Select Committees for Foreign and Defence Affairs. I thought were incredibly good. This is an appalling self-inflicted wound, and it is an unnecessary self-inflicted wound. We are being presented here with a choice. You invest more blood and more treasure, or you walk away. No. We had a steady state, give or take, in Afghanistan for the last few years. It was a training, equip and mentoring mission. A large one for sure. But for between 5,000 and 20,000 troops, contractors, special forces, etc., who were there, that is smaller than many NATO, US bases and missions around the world. We have chosen to politically withdraw. We have not been forced to do so on security grounds. And I think we will be regretting this decision for many years. The collapse happened because a truly dreadful US President, Donald Trump, who was probably in hock to the Russians, dealt with the Taliban behind the Afghan government's back. A shocking betrayal. Joe Biden, who admires Kennedy, we had some great quotes from Kennedy earlier, could have changed things. He has chosen not to, and he has opened the United States, Europe, India, many allies throughout the world to considerable terrorist risks, from the 2,500 to 4,000 jihadi nutjobs who are currently being released, pardon my French, from Bagram, from Kandahar and from Kabul. And when they have stopped slaughtering our friends, when they have stopped beheading a few key women journalists, they will turn their attention to us. This was an anti-terrorist operation, and we have walked away from a successful anti-terrorist operation after 20 years. And sooner or later, we will reap the rewards. Afghans didn't fight. Now, lots of people saying they didn't. They're absolutely right. My own experiences. I was there 4 times over 7 months. Not long tours, 4 months, 2 months, and a few weeks either time. They actually fought, many of them, very hard. Some of the police, at first, yes, there was an uneven flow of recruits. But I remember I had the privilege of patrolling in Nadi Ali North, I think it was, with a small team. I have to say these people were remarkable. When you go into the village, they'll tell you where the Taliban were watching you from. They'll tell you which haystack, which bun line, you know, why the motorcycle repairman had to work for the Taliban because his children and his wives were under threat. They'd also tell you that they would happily take their children to school, their daughters to school, but why should they when there's not enough security to prevent them being raped and abducted on the way home from school? And I have to say, sometimes it was difficult to give them an answer that reassured. So those people were very courageous. In many ways, they were a model of courageous integrity. They were effective, they were efficient, they loved their country, and they knew right from wrong. They're probably dead. If they weren't killed a year ago, they will be finished off as we speak. And I find that upsetting. Thank you.
He makes an excellent point, and it's been made by a few others, but my honourable friend from the Foreign Affairs Committee always looks at these things with a keen eye. But given what he's just said, isn't that why it's so offensive that their contribution has been swept away, in particular by the President over the past few days?
Thank you very much indeed for your contribution. Yes, absolutely. And to dismiss them and to dismiss the 70,000 people who died, I think is absolutely wrong. They were uneven at times, especially in the beginning, but actually there were also many very brave male soldiers, but also female soldiers and the journalists and all those people who engaged in civil society and who now are going to be shut down. They're not all going to be murdered. They're clever, the Taliban. They will carry out some high-profile assassinations to silence others. But the direction of travel is clear. And I have to say, the Secretary of State is in his place now, and he is one of the few people, the Secretary of State for Defence, who has emerged from this with any credit, because he's able to see the bigger picture. He's understood the geopolitics, the rationale, but also the emotions of many troops who've served there, and he shared that, and I thank him very much for that. As the honourable friend from Chickford-Woodford Green said, Russia and China are happy on it today. Taiwan and Ukraine are considerably more nervous. We are weaker. A weak and divided West, and Europe has been as bad as the United States in not stepping up to the mark, and several people have said that, honourable members have said that. But a weak and divided West is not a recipe for a caring future for anybody. It is a recipe for global instability and greater global threat. Thank you.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr i'r Pryd Lefarydd. And of course, first I would like to pay tribute to our service personnel who are putting their lives on the line in Kabul to evacuate our citizens safely, and also those who have served in Afghanistan this last 20 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, the West failed in its mission and the UK government bears its share of responsibility. But now is not the time to question how we got here, nor how our allies have behaved. Yet it remains that the UK government has a practical and moral responsibility to thousands upon thousands of people in Afghanistan. We must ensure the swift and safe evacuation of UK nationals, UK personnel, and Afghan nationals linked to the British NATO mission or to charitable and non-military efforts. I urge the government to expand its Afghan relocation and assistance policy to all locally engaged staff and to their families, regardless of whether they served in exposed enabling roles or not. We must help too those people who dared to share our cherished values, especially journalists and women in senior civil society roles, and those who worked with UK-affiliated charities and NGOs, the women in the judiciary, in the government and in education. And Wales, of course, has a long and proud history of providing sanctuary to those fleeing persecution. Communities across Wales and the rest of the UK are ready to show the same compassion today. And I must refer, of course, to the counties of Gwynedd and of Ceredigion, whose intention have been declared as well, but to whom, of course, the funding is critical for the numbers that they can accept. With the announcement of the resettlement scheme is a positive step, but nonetheless, the 5,000 cap this year is arbitrary and insufficient. It's vital that the government provides safe routes for Afghan refugees and to end, this is clear now, and we've heard this from others, to end the deportation of those already here. We must expedite procedures. There is a question that whether to be an Afghan citizen now is sufficient in terms of resettlement to qualify as being in well-founded fear of persecution. We must look at the opportunity in the here and now and not put barriers, not use those routes that we would potentially use, but we would conventionally use. We must look at the present situation and how we can address that as best we can. They must also, the government, consider whether the Borders Bill is in keeping with these new circumstances and with the UK's clear duty of responsibility to the Afghan people. Now, reports are emerging that there is now only a 72-hour window, and this I would like to question the government on, and I would like a response to this, if hopefully in their winding up. There is now only a 72-hour window before the US pulls out of Kabul airport. We are indeed in that 72 window now. This will endanger UK and other allies' efforts to evacuate citizens and eligible local nationals. We must make every effort to secure the time to do the right thing. Will the government today guarantee that the evacuation operation from Kabul airport will continue until the 31st of August, which was the declared timetable of both US and UK governments? Will the government still be there with representatives able to send people out of Kabul airport to the end of this month? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear that our greatest and only success after 20 years in Afghanistan has been the rights of women and girls. Will the government commit today to do everything in its power to encourage the Taliban to protect these advancements and the lives, livelihoods, freedoms and rights of Afghan women and girls?
Richard Drax.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a former soldier, I've watched the scenes of chaos with great sadness. Sadness for the 457 men and women of our own armed forces who died doing their duty, and for the scores of others with life-changing injuries. Was it all for nothing? I hope they don't think that, because their courage and sacrifice lit a torch in a dark place, which the Taliban, however hard they try, will find impossible to totally extinguish. And as we've heard, They prevented any terrorist attack on the West for 20 years from Afghanistan. I also pay tribute to all those brave Afghans who have helped us over the past 20 years. I hope we can evacuate all those who need to get out. And we must never, ever forget the men and women of our allies and friends, without whom we could not have borne our share of the burden over all these years. While I know that the government is doing all that it can to bring some semblance of order to the withdrawal, it's a fact that not all will escape the vengeance of the Taliban, despite the current amnesty, in which I have no confidence. My concern now, and it's been expressed by many in the House, is that this rushed withdrawal will create a vacuum. I should say perhaps is creating a vacuum. For now, we face a resurgent fundamentalism in Afghanistan, the prospect of the country once more harbouring those who would do us harm, and significant growth in the drug trade, from which the Taliban will get its funds. But while the Taliban want only to export their heroin, others will use the ungoverned space to foment and spread their extremist ideology. We only have to look at why we went into Afghanistan almost exactly 20 years ago to see what that means. Already, countries like Russia, China, Pakistan and Iran are circling like sharks. And I shudder to think what the future holds for not only the